Thank you for joining us today. Today, the third and final day of the 16th Caribbean Internet Governance Forum hosted by the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. My name is Junior McIntyre, ICT consultant at the CTU. Again, by way of reminder, and before we start, just want to share a few tips so we can successfully participate. So let me remind you that the team, for those of you who probably joining us the first time for today, for the week, it's your first engagement with us. It's the 16th CIGF, and the theme is Accelerating Digital Transformation, Internet Governance Matters. The event took place over the course of 3 days, from the 26th to the 28th. The provisional agenda is posted on the webpage of the 16th CIGF. The link to the agenda will be posted also in the chat. So during the presentations, we ask that you post your questions in the Q&A box in order for them to be seen and effectively addressed. The Q&A box is accessible by clicking the Q&A button located at the bottom of your Zoom window. Using the Q&A is useful as there could be limited opportunities for verbal interventions. We also ask that you use the chat button for sharing general comments and information with panelists and all your attendees. The default setting for the chat is all panelists only, so be sure to select your desired recipients when entering your comments in the chat box. But we would prefer you select all panelists and attendees so everyone can be aware and have sight of your questions and comments. Also, please introduce yourself in the chat in this order: first name, last name, and organization and country. For example, Junior McIntyre, CTU, Trinidad and Tobago. The chat button is located at the bottom of your Zoom window. And again, the presentation slides will be posted on the event web page every day. So just by way of recap, in terms of previous day 2, yesterday was a really interesting day. The first panel dealt with accelerating e-government, rapidly transitioning e-government services online, looking at trials, successes, and lessons learned. And that panel was moderated by Tracy Hackshaw. And we had representations from, Dominica, as well as Barbados, as well as Jamaica. And so we got country presentations, really insightful presentations, found out where everybody's at and their success stories as well, lessons learned, trials, challenges. As well as the second panel dealt with the whole issue of accelerated electronic commerce, e-payments, e-money, online transactions, and that was hosted by Ria Yocheng. Excellent session. We had Vashti Maraj and Charles Bob Simple looking at the current context in Trinidad and Tobago, and really exciting session, really exciting panel and intriguing discussions. On the third panel for the day, and final panel was moderated by Mr. Bevel Wooding, and it dealt with accelerating Caribbean internet infrastructure. We looked at IXPs, ASNs, network autonomy, as well as resilience. So at the end of the day, we more or less wrapped it up by updating the Caribbean Internet Governance Policy Framework, and we had some discussions and reviews and feedback. And so today, the first panel will be focusing on cloud in the Caribbean sky, data sovereignty, security, privacy for local online services. And that panel will be moderated by Ms. Vashti Maraj, Director, Legal Services, Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, the Government of Trinidad and Tobago. So at this point, I would like to hand you over to Ms. Maraj.
Good morning, everyone. And I think it is quite a distinct pleasure to be moderating this morning's panel in relation to data sovereignty, security, and privacy for local online services. I am joined by a very distinguished panel this morning, and I'd like to introduce them. Mr. Stephen Lee, Chief Executive Officer of Architects Incorporated. Mr. Carlton Samuels, Consultant, Strategy Process, Governance, Assessment, and Turnaround for Ascendi Caribbean Limited, Ascendi, sorry. Mr. Bartlett Morgan, Senior Associate and Digital Law Lead at Lex Caribbean. and Ms. Amelia Bleeker, Associate Program Management Officer for the UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Good morning. I just want to put this morning's discussion into context. Over the last decade, digital transformation has been a great priority within most of the Caribbean countries. However, with the advent of COVID-19, it has caused us to place greater priorities, both on a governmental level as well as for the private sector, on moving our businesses online in order to thrive and basically survive. But with it comes many attendant risks and concerns, and they're primarily associated with the matter of data sovereignty, information security, and citizen privacy in terms of what is being done with your information. So I'd like to start today's discussion with an excellent presentation by Mr. Lee, who is going to delve into the architecture of cloud technology and what it means for each of us within the Caribbean. Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Ms. Maharaj. Morning, everyone. Let me get my presentation started. Great. All right, so I want to start by setting the kind of framing what we mean when we talk about the cloud, and how that is relevant to Caribbean data sovereignty, security, privacy. So so what does cloud mean to most of us? We can think about it in terms of Google services, ubiquitous search, ability to find everything, Gmail, photos, ads, YouTube, Wikipedia, which we see as a source of knowledge, Microsoft Office 365 for productivity, IoT and voice control with Amazon Alexa, entertainment, or content services, and these days everyone's favorite incarnation of the cloud, which is our Zoom meetings. All of these things are of course cloud technologies and cloud services, and I think we all are comfortable in agreeing that we consume all of these things very, very willingly. To most of us as consumers, the cloud means that we have access to technology very widely. Computing is disposable, and by that I mean we want to do something, we download an app. If we don't like that app, we download another app that does the same thing. So it's really easy to get into it and make things happen. And we don't have to do the work of creating those things. The app that we download, it's not our first concern how long it took to build and what it costs to operate it. That's the paradigm of our cloud services. To governments, it's all of those things, because governments generally would have the same kind of considerations and viewpoints as the average consumer. But on top of that, the governments tend to treat the cloud, or think of the cloud, as a platform to engage citizens. This is where we think about getting our passports and paying taxes and so on. And those are things that Caribbean governments have been rolling out over the last almost 2 decades, e-government services. The cloud also allows improved processes and greater efficiencies in a lot of what would otherwise be government bureaucracies. And if we think about the issues and framing of 21st government, which CTU has been leading, we see the movement away from a lot of paper and slow human-based processes into high levels of automation, which are made possible by the cloud and the internet. It's also a way to standardize infrastructure across ministries and so on. So the cloud is of great value to governments, and for the people, the organizations that provide services over the cloud. It allows quick access to the market. Software developers can reach the market without having huge infrastructure to distribute software. A global audience is reachable. The services that we provide can scale and operate really well. So I think we all have this sense of the cloud being being this ubiquitous phenomena in our life. It's basically the assumption in the background of everything is that the internet is there, the cloud is there, and we will depend on it and conduct life in that context. So we have this presentation, or the topic we're talking about is clouds in the Caribbean sky. What does that mean for the Caribbean specifically, since what we've just been describing are these services which are generally available across the whole globe. So let's look at what makes the cloud, and what it means when we say clouds in Caribbean, or sometimes I might say the Caribbean cloud, right? So how can there be a Caribbean cloud in the context of all of these global services? So let's just start with this boring definition, which I don't expect you to delve into too much, but there's a standard definition of what cloud computing is from NIST, American Standards Institution. And I'll just read it quickly, and then we'll look at the main points of it. Cloud computing is a model for enabling ubiquitous, ubiquitous, convenient, on-demand network access to a shared pool of computing resources, servers, applications, and so on, that can be rapidly provisioned and released with minimal management effort or service provider interaction. And here are the main points of that. It's on demand, the access is wide, the resources are pooled, and it's elastic, and the services are measured. And I'll give you a really, I think, useful way of thinking about what cloud computing is and what it isn't. You can think about the contrast coming into an organization or hiring somebody in an organization, and IT needs to set up a new email account. And we know what that process looks like. It's sending a ticket to IT, it's waiting on IT's ready, it's all those things. And depending on the IT that we have, that could go in a number of different ways. Versus us getting our Gmail addresses, in which we go to gmail.com, we put in some information, and magically within a minute, we have a new Google address. That second version is basically what the cloud enables. It is it's something that we can all get on demand, and we didn't call anybody to get that that Gmail address. We're able to do it ourselves, and somehow a whole bunch of things worked in the background to make that possible for us. So when we talk about the cloud in that way, or when we say cloud computing or cloud services, we aren't talking simply about having lots of computers. We aren't simply talking about having IT do a set of things. We're talking about the way the internet operates today, in which so many of the services automatically are provisioned, and people have a level of responsiveness. So cloud accelerates business productivity, and it's what we consider the norm. So if we're to just talk about, again, this is what we usually put in front of each other when we say the cloud. We usually literally draw this cloudy thing, and we will connect a whole lot of things to it. And so there's security, and there's Facebook, and there's Google, and there's mobile phones. There's always a mobile phone connected to the cloud. And this is a nice convenient view. But what we want to look at specifically is what does it take to make that convenient view happen? And one of the first things that that we realize, which a lot of us don't necessarily take on immediately, is that the cloud actually means that there are physical locations at which things happen. I'm going to look very quickly at three biggest cloud providers: Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. And we see that they have lots of infrastructure across the whole world. This is the map of the Google infrastructure, picked from inside a Google data center. Lots and lots of computers that it takes to make that Gmail scenario happen. This is Amazon, larger in terms of their reach over the globe, very consistent with the level of services that we get from Amazon. And this is Microsoft. So all of them are large global infrastructure. Took a while to build and get there. And all of this is connected. This is just a submarine cable map of the globe showing myriad connections all over the world, usually fiber, which carry data back and forth. And within, so this is undersea fiber, but on land you will have broadband, you will have wireless, we'll have our 4G and so on, internet connecting all of these providers and companies like Netflix to us, the consumers. So that's what the cloud actually redounds to. So we are going to ask, how do we then build the cloud in the Caribbean, and what are some of the data privacy and sovereignty issues? The challenge for Caribbean governments and civil society really is that the cloud services that we spoke about earlier, the Netflix and Microsoft 365, and that we consider normal, they're not anchored in our legal or financial jurisdictions, right? Every time we interact with those services, we're actually interacting with a company which is based somewhere else. Most of the ones that we use in the Western world and the Caribbean are US based. And so the cloud, while it reaches us, it does not necessarily legally and financially, the transactions part of it and so on, is a relationship between us consumers in the Caribbean and businesses in the US. And so if we're looking at the Caribbean cloud, we're talking about the, not so much a paradigm shift, but establishing some of those same service or service opportunities for the transactions and for the who serves up the content and who receives the content to be within a region or a jurisdiction that is more aligned to Caribbean culture, way of life, norm, finances, and so on. To do that, there are a few things which are required, and I'm gonna touch primarily on just the raw technical underpinnings of it and highlight two of the not so technical sides to lead into the rest of the discussions. There has to be connectivity. We saw those maps from Google and Amazon and so on. We have to be able to connect data centers and places where the data content is. There has to be cheap enough or accessible power, electricity, energy. We have to have the space to actually have these data centers. It depends on hardware and software to make it run. There are various systems and software there to help create that automatic Google account. And then the two which I think are really, really key for us. So the first four are can be solved, I guess, if we have the money, the will, and there are things you can purchase to have that. But operations capacity, which is now knowledge and vision, and how do we make this happen? And finally, services which are aligned to what we need in the Caribbean. Just looking quickly on the first four, this is the connectivity in the Caribbean. So zooming into the Caribbean, and we see that we are well connected. So having connectivity between countries and internationally is not a problem that the Caribbean has in terms of the absence of infrastructure. The cost of infrastructure and so on is another matter, but we're well connected. These are just some snapshots of internet exchange points that have been built up over the years in the Caribbean, in Grenada, in St. Lucia, in Dominica. Internet exchange points have been popping up, and these are like a crucial part of actually giving those points of presence and connectivity. And you'll note that the IXPs in our region look a little different from that Google data center because we're operating at a different scale. I'll mention this company, Cloud Carib, not as an endorsement, but just to give an idea, and we can check out their the facilities that are provided as one of the few providers in the region that are moving towards locating cloud services in locations which are actually in the Caribbean or Latin American jurisdiction. And so you could see here a similar map of points of presence being built out gradually. And just to look at what's happening across the region, as far as these cloud services are exist, we have a number of internet exchange points that have been brought up operating at different levels. There are commercial data centers which offer cloud services. I mentioned Cloud Carib. There's a significant data center in Curacao, Blue Nap Americas. Fujitsu operates in Trinidad, and then we have a lot of small and medium enterprise who provide private data center services. Our telecom service providers in the region, most notably Flow and Digicel, they do, because of the services that are provided regionally, have to have this kind of infrastructure in place as well. And then I would classify, there are some private operators of data center services. Our Caribbean governments, they all have data centers. They do provide public services, but I'm thinking of the facilities there are primarily for government consumption. Financial institutions, education institutions, all operate some level of cloud services. And what we are talking about is amping up those kinds of services at a level in which we can have a similar experience as we did with Google. To do that, just to end with these two sets of considerations, for service providers, they have to be able to find and develop regional and local expertise to operate these things. So our engineering, IT capacity has to be able to move to this. The cost of the infrastructure, especially when we're moving beyond one data center in one location or just one rack of servers, the cost of that infrastructure has to be dealt with. The business model of what we're going to sell at what cost, and then there's the enabling environment, and I think we'll be talking a little bit about that this morning. Legal issues around having these services operate. Consumers, and I think this is where I'll lump inside of this, government, civil society, and so on. It's very convenient for us to consume the Google services, but we have to understand the cost of establishing those, the time it took, and the scale at which it operates. And so we ask ourselves inside the region, what level of services are we willing are we asking for? What level of automation, what level of scale are we going to go for if we want to have similar services inside the region? And these things are there's no answer. I won't attempt to answer it this morning, but these are issues that are being considered at the regional level. And I'll leave it at this and end here.
Thank you for that very erudite presentation. And I know that you had ended with mentioning that, one of the things that consumers need to take into consideration are the legal concerns associated with regard to the use of cloud infrastructure and technology. And I think it's a wonderful segue leading to our next presentation by Mr. Bartlett Morgan in conjunction with Mr. Carlton Samuels.
Thank you, Vashti. Hello, everyone. Thank you to the organizers for having Carlton and myself again. Now, our task this morning, as I understand it, is to get a lawyer and a legal consultant to be short and spicy. I don't know if that's possible, but we'll we'll see how far we can go with that. Now, in essence, well, let me just back up things a bit. In essence, our job is sort of a continuing one. Over the years, we've sort of jumped in to provide a bird's eye view of what has been happening and what the developments are in the region and globally as regards data privacy, because it's sort of something, it's become recently something of an ongoing concern for us in the region. And so this morning, that is essentially what we're doing again, albeit in the context of the heady conversations that are now afoot in the region and globally around issues of data sovereignty and data localization and pushing towards regional cloud services and that kind of a thing. The sort of issues that Stephen would have touched on in his presentation. And so essentially what we've done is we've broken down what we want to touch on at a high level today in our short and spicy presentation into essentially the global trends and highlights over the past year since the last time we met. What are the regional sort of trends and highlights that I think we should be mindful of? And then finally, what are the considerations that we should have in mind within the Caribbean going forward? What are the things that we need to be tackling next? And so first up, global trends. So I've started here with a map, and this is a map from DLA Piper, a global law firm, and they tend to track privacy laws, and they provided this very, I think, useful visual to give you a sense of where we are in the world today. Now, I've twinned that with some research from an academic out of Australia, Mr. Greenleaf, who has given his last report that says that as it stands right now, there are essentially 132 laws, privacy laws, different countries with privacy laws in the world, 132, which is a significant improvement over prior years, before 2019 and so on. And that in addition, there are 27 different jurisdictions with bills that have been, for example, tabled before the parliaments, that kind of a thing. And so it gives you some context that essentially there is a sort of onward march as regards data privacy. And that has certain implications, certainly, for issues around the cloud and so on. Now, I put asterisks beside the data because when this data was collected and published, since then, a number of other jurisdictions have passed laws. And so, I mean, the specifics don't matter as much as the conclusion which can be drawn is that we're marching on at this point. And data privacy is no longer sort of an abstract nicety, but no more or less a sort of necessary consideration, even from a business perspective. When you're looking to do business, a lot of these cloud service providers will now have to give consideration to a lot of these issues as you look to move into the Caribbean and set up shop, as it were, or to process the data of persons from within the Caribbean, that kind of a thing. Now, global big picture observations. A lot of the are passing or have recently passed data privacy laws, as we've mentioned before. And in addition, what they're doing now is they're also operationalizing it. And by that, I mean, they're, for example, passing regulations that will go to the specifics of who, what, where, when, and why of actually complying. And so there are all the examples. There's Brazil, which was in the news up to literally yesterday, where they are back and forth on exactly when the law should come into play. There's China, who recently, maybe about a month ago, they've tabled a comprehensive data privacy law, which is an interesting turn because typically the approach they've taken in China towards cybersecurity and data privacy is to have very either sector-specific or, well, generally sector-specific type laws. And so now for the first time, they're passing a comprehensive data privacy, data security type law. There's obviously California there, which has been in the news at least for the past 2 years as well, because they have also operationalized their law with regulations, and they've even started enforcing their CCPA. And then also there's India and Nigeria, who've also tabled laws and are looking to pass within the next year. Now, the other trend that we've seen is that, and this is a continuation of a trend that we've identified from last year, which is fines, fines, fines. The regulators have more or less signaled that essentially it's no longer playtime. And so with reference to Europe, which is where these statistics refer to, you've seen that essentially there have been over 347 fines already. And keep in mind that the GDPR, which is the European law, entered into force in May 2018. So just over 2 years, already 347 fines, the largest of which we would have mentioned last year, which is that 50 million euro fine for Google that was issued by the French regulator. And so we know that if you don't get it right, there are consequences if you're looking to process personal data. And again, obviously this applies in the context of the dreams we may have within the region. And well, not dreams, that makes it sound fanciful, but certainly the objectives we may have about cloud computing and bringing that kind of processing power to bear locally and what have you. And we'll get to that later. Now, the other thing that we've noticed is more and more countries signing on at the level of country to country to various essentially international conventions and agreements to do with certain standards and safeguards that each country will agree to put into place to allow for international data flows and the free flow of international data. Now, obviously, the Europeans, well, I should say the Council of Europe, are some of the primary persons behind this kind of move, because Convention 108, which has been around since the 80s, it's recently been revamped and revitalized, sort of, refresh it for the modern era. And so we now refer to it as Convention 108 Plus. So it's essentially a protocol to the original convention. And essentially that protocol will go into effect by around maybe 2023. But if they get, I think, about 38 signatories before then it will automatically go into effect. And so essentially we're seeing more and more jurisdictions signing on to this, and this may have implications for us in the Caribbean, but I won't get into that right now. Perhaps we can deal with that in the questions after. Now, the other big fish thing that you can't speak about data privacy today without speaking about is a decision that was issued out of Europe's highest court about a month or so ago, and it's popularly referred to as the Schrems II decision. Now, we can get to the details, but essentially all it came down to is this. There was a privacy agreement between the United States and Europe about international data transfers. And essentially, that agreement was struck down by Europe's highest court. Their reason was essentially that it doesn't provide enough safeguards, which is a word you need to keep in mind nowadays, in the context of international data transfers and data localization and so on. Safeguards. It didn't provide enough safeguards. We didn't feel that Europeans' data privacy rights were being protected when their data was being transferred to the United States to be processed, by a lot of these entities, and therefore they struck down the agreement. But what they've also said, which has, I think, more direct bearings or implications for us in the region, is that there are other methods of putting safeguards in place to allow international data transfers. And in particular, they reference the standard contractual clause, which is entered into at the individual level between entities, where you agree to transfer data once certain measures are put in place on your end as the receiving party. And so that is what I think has the most sort of implications for us in the region as we think about our international partners and doing business going forward, especially in Europe, that we now need to have these kinds of arrangements in place if we're looking to do that kind of a thing, because, well, there's no, at the moment, international agreement in place, for example, between Europe and CARICOM that would allow us to just freely send data back and forth, that kind of a thing. Now, the other big fish issue, which it's kind of gone under the radar for the past few years, and thankfully we picked up on it at this year's IGF, is the whole issue of data localization and related to that data sovereignty. So essentially what I've put up here are countries that have very targeted data localization laws. And as you can see, it's not a huge list. And I should perhaps put an asterisk there, because it very often depends on what you define data localization as. Because if you define it in the broadest sense, without the hysteria, it really is just any kind of law or requirement for data to be kept local, unless there's an exception. And if you use that broad definition, then strictly speaking, most of the privacy laws in the Caribbean have a data localization element, because they say you have to keep the data in that Caribbean jurisdiction unless you meet an exception. And so it depends on how you think about it. I think what happens is that very often when people say data localization, what we really mean is data sovereignty, which is an express requirement of governments that certain categories of data generally cannot leave the jurisdiction, or even if it leaves the jurisdiction, a copy must be retained within the jurisdiction and servers within the jurisdiction and so on. And so for us in the Caribbean, the consideration therefore becomes, if we are looking at data sovereignty as an avenue that we want to pursue for whatever policy ends, it's not for me to decide or even think about that. It's up to each country to decide their own path. But if this is a path that we are looking to go down, then we need to sort of be mindful of what kind of framework do we put in place to ensure that, well, yes, you protect the data that you consider important to your jurisdiction. Perhaps, you don't want it to go to a jurisdiction where the prying eyes of that government and their laws will allow them to sort of lift up the skirt, so to speak, and peek at your data of your citizens, that kind of a thing, which is, for example, the rationale that Russia has used when it passed its data localization laws, that social media entities, they should keep it there in Russia because following, I mean, what happened around, I can't remember the name of the guy who worked with the NSA, and he provided lots of disclosure about what the American government was doing with data, you know, from these social media entities and what have you. And so following from that, they said, well, no, we don't want that. Keep our data here. So that being the case, I don't want to sort of stay too long on that because time is of the essence. So for the Caribbean, what is our latest update? So as it stands right now in the region, and when you define Caribbean in the broadest sense, you get up to 32 jurisdictions in the very broadest sense. In other words, all the islands that are physically within the bounds of the Caribbean Sea, as well as those mainland entities that have a strong enough continuing cultural, historical, political connection with those Caribbean jurisdictions. So for example, obviously Guyana, Belize, Suriname, and so on. And so with that broad definition, of all the countries in the Caribbean, essentially 18 have privacy laws and 14 are without. Now, this is an improvement from the last time we met. And if you look on the sort of a chart there in the bottom left, you'll sort of essentially see how the laws and the rate at which laws have been passed over the different years. And so there's more or less been continuous action from 2016 to the present, where at least one law has been passed every year in a jurisdiction. And obviously the message is we are sort of in tandem with the global direction of passing laws in more and more jurisdictions. Now, time is against me, and so I want to push on really quickly just to identify the two jurisdictions there that have passed laws since we last met last year. That's Jamaica and Barbados. Since then, BVI has formally tabled their privacy law. And then there's also enforcement action. We've seen enforcement action out of the Cayman Islands in the past, well, few weeks. So there's a lot of activity there. And on that note, I just want to hand over to Carlton really quickly to discuss some of the considerations for the future.
Okay, thank you, Bartlett. Morning, everybody. It is going to be very, very quick because we want to move along. There are a couple of considerations. Now that we have laws on the books, we have to operationalize the laws. And in very many places, it's been the case. We've had cases where laws have existed from as early as 2004 without being operationalized. In our jurisdiction, the operationalization of the laws happen when you pass regulations, secondary legislation. These are really very necessary to operationalize the laws. And there's a big issue with funding for the regulators. If you look at the laws that are passed and you go through them in detail, you see that they have been data commissions and the commission authorities, but there is no methodology expressed about how you fund it. And in this case,
Carlton, Nigel, Casimir, if I might interrupt you for a second. I don't know if your microphone is moving, it might be on your head, but we're getting some interference in the audio, some noise, like background noise, you know, like...
maybe it's the fan, Nigel.
It's a fan. Ah, okay.
So
much clearer now. Much clearer now. Yes.
Turn it off a little bit.
Okay.
So we have a situation with funding for the regulators. So we have a regulatory framework that is kind of teased out in the law, and then we have to instantiate the framework with the regulations, and then we have to figure out how we're going to fund the regulators. That is something that is going to need some attention and going forward. Talking about the regulations, one of the things that the recent goings on in the space is the regulations for the California Consumer Protection Act. If you look at that regulation, the set of regulations that come, this is the only one that is really the GDPR type regulations on this side of the world, and it could provide some kind of framework that could inform what we do here in the Caribbean. It is not quite as dependent on the fines that you see the European regulators implement. There's some moral suasion that is involved with their regulations, but I think that would be some kind of framework for us to look at. So all in all, it's a good, we're in a good place. We still have some work to do, and I would expect that when next year we talk about this, if we do, then we will see some progress, especially in the deployment of the regulations. And this is where we end and take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you both to Bartlett and Carlton for the short, spicy, and breezy presentation. It was quite intriguing and a wealth of knowledge. And it's good that you have provided an overall bird's-eye perspective of where we're at with our legislation within the Caribbean region. And it's a very good bridge that leads us to Amelia's presentation, which goes in depth into the analysis of some of our legislation. And I'll just hand it over to you at this time. Thank you. Amelia, you may need to unmute.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm just going to put up my PowerPoint. Good morning, everybody, and thank you to Vashti for the introduction. My name is Amelia Bleeker, and I am an Associate Program Management Officer at the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, based at the sub-regional headquarters for the Caribbean here in Port of Spain. So this morning, I'm going to introduce you to some recent research of ECLAC on 6 data protection pieces of legislation in the Caribbean region. So what we did was we undertook a review of the data protection laws of Antigua and Barbuda, Belize, the Bahamas, Barbados, Cayman Islands, and Jamaica's law, which has just been enacted in the last couple of months, to assess their alignment with the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, which has just been introduced to you all by Mr. Bartlett. So it is indeed good to come straight after Mr. Bartlett, because he's introduced a lot of my presentation. So where there's some overlap, I'll spend more time in other parts. But let's crack on. So the aim of this study was to assist countries to put in place legislation that facilitates data protection and sharing and promotes the aims of protecting privacy and personal data while creating an enabling environment for digital government in the Caribbean. So before I take you to the findings of the country reviews, I'm just going to go through some of the background to the study very quickly. And then we'll also introduce some important aspects of the GDPR. And yes, then we'll finish with the country findings. So the rationale for the study was, well, there were a few rationales really. So the first was an observation that many Caribbean countries are currently trying to put in place effective systems of e-government. And to implement digital government or e-government, it's very important to have in place an enabling environment. And part of that is modern legislative and regulatory frameworks for data protection and sharing. And obviously also to promote privacy rights. So the right to privacy and the protection of personal data have taken on greater significance in the digital age, with technological developments increasing government surveillance capabilities. Mr. Bartlett referenced the Snowden revelations that took place in the United States in 2013. That's a prominent example. And also technologies that allow private organizations to conduct targeted advertising and profiling. So for example, the use of real-time bidding, which is a technology used by social media services, whereby users' data, sometimes very sensitive personal data, is sold to advertisers for advertising purposes across other websites. So this is what happens when you, for example, click on an advertisement for running shoes on Facebook, and then suddenly, no matter what website you use, you're also getting adverts for running shoes popping up in your face. So that's real-time bidding. And these kinds of technologies have real privacy implications, and therefore they must be met with strong data protection frameworks. So e-government presents vast opportunities for improving public service delivery and governance outcomes in Caribbean countries. It can save individuals and governments time and money, reduce the potential for corruption, and minimize the impact of distance between islands and countries. So, so with this study, it is the aim that we would want to assist countries throughout the region to put in place strong, modern frameworks for both data protection and data sharing. So this is one of the slides that I'll just go over quickly because Mr. Bartlett has already talked about the data protection frameworks. And
you didn't share yet, Amelia.
Sorry?
You haven't shared the slides yet if you were planning to.
Ah.
Share screen.
Thank you, Nigel. I thought I already had. All right, sorry about that, everybody. We're back on track. So,
yes.
So as I was saying, Mr. Bartlett has already talked about the data protection and sharing frameworks that are already in place in the Caribbean. And actually, the study which will be published, ECLAC study, which will be published in about a month, sets out these laws in a table. So there's an overview of that in the study. But as we'd already said that the data protection regimes in the Caribbean are in varying stages of development. Several countries have no relevant laws in place. Other laws require revision for consistency with modern data protection and sharing principles. So what I'm going to do now is highlight some of the key features of the European Union's GDPR, because the GDPR was the benchmark that we used to assess the alignment, to assess the 6 Caribbean data protection laws under review. This regulation has become recognized as the golden standard for data protection around the globe. And of course, the reason that it is so relevant to the Caribbean region is its extraterritorial scope. So what this means is that not only does the GDPR apply to EU member states processing personal data, it also applies to Caribbean organizations where they are processing the personal data of EU citizens. So this is what gives the GDPR import into the Caribbean region and other parts of the world, I should add. But it's an 80-page regulation, and I'm not going to go into all of its key features, but I would want to highlight 2 that are particularly important for our discussion today. So the first is restrictions on international transfers. So under the GDPR, cross-border transfers of data are only allowed from the EU if the recipient country provides an essentially equivalent or comparable level of protection for personal data. And Mr. Bartlett, he introduced the EU-US Privacy Shield, which was a major agreement facilitating cross-border data flows between the EU and the US. But under the GDPR, there are various possibilities for facilitating secure cross-border data flows. This is important because Caribbean governments and Caribbean individuals and businesses transfer massive amounts of personal data across borders each day. These cross-border data flows carry significant economic value, and they also allow the Caribbean to engage in international trade with major trading partners in the US and the EU. So when countries are putting in place modern data protection legislation that is aligned with the GDPR, this enables data controllers operating out of that country to facilitate, to carry out cross-border data flows in ways allowed by that legislation. And then another one, since the focus of today's discussion is on Caribbean online service providers, I also wanted to highlight a key requirement on data controllers under the GDPR, which is to implement data protection by design and default. So what this means is that the GDPR requires you to integrate data protection concerns into every aspect of your data processing activities. And so this is a key element of the GDPR's risk-based approach. And it ultimately requires you to ensure that privacy and data protection issues are considered from the design stage of business practices and activities right through the life cycle. And to implement data protection by design and default, you may need to review your business processes and procedures, develop new IT systems that embed data protection by design, develop organizational policies with data protection in mind, and design your business processes in a way that ensures that you only process personal data that is necessary to achieve your specific purposes. And this can all sound quite frightening for organizations, especially small operations that only, have between a few to 10 employees. There obviously will be associated time and cost with putting these measures in place, but they will also enable Caribbean organizations to avoid fines and other compliance penalties, both under the GDPR and any local data protection law that's in place. And importantly, it also would enable Caribbean organizations to engage in e-commerce and digital trade beyond local markets. So now let me introduce you to the provisional findings of ECLAC study. So as I said, we looked at the data protection laws of 6 Caribbean countries, Antigua and Barbuda, Belize, the Bahamas, Barbados, Cayman Islands, and Jamaica. So what we found is that none of the laws were fully aligned with all elements of the GDPR. However, all of the laws had one or more areas of substantial and partial alignment. And then 3 of the laws, actually the most recently enacted ones, and this makes sense, which I'll go on to explain why shortly. So they had at least one area of full alignment and several areas of substantial alignment. So it should also be noted that all laws except one had at least one area of non-alignment. A quick point that I want to make before I go on to the next slide is, although it is obviously ideal for an area of the data protection law to be fully aligned with the GDPR, in many cases, substantial or partial alignment will be sufficient for achieving a comparable level of protection with EU law. And if this is, of course, the aim, should be the aim of Caribbean countries looking to put data protection legislation in place. It's not that you need to match every provision of the GDPR word for word or provision provision by provision. What the European Commission has said, and the case law of European courts, is that countries should be aiming to put in an essentially equivalent or comparable level of data protection standards. So this is what we're aiming for, and should be kept in mind as we go through these findings. So, so as you can see here, there are 3 countries that are more fully and substantially aligned with each element of the GDPR. And it's no coincidence that these are, in fact, the 3 laws that were most recently enacted, because, of course, the legislative drafters in those countries had the benefit of drafting the legislation in light of the GDPR's requirements. As Mr. Bartlett told us, the GDPR came into force in 2018, and Barbados's law came into effect last year. The Cayman Islands legislation dates to 2017, but the draft of the GDPR was already around at that stage. So that country had the benefit of looking at it when it was drafting its legislation. And then Jamaica's legislation has just passed the House in Jamaica in the last few months. So these 3 laws, Barbados in particular has many areas of full alignment, so it sets a really fine example for other Caribbean countries looking to put data protection legislation in place. And then the other 3 laws that we looked at, so Belize's data protection bill, so that was never actually enacted, it was still at the bill stage. It dated back to 2014. Antigua and Barbuda's legislation dates to 2013, and the Bahamas legislation dates to 2003. So particularly in the case of the Bahamas, this was enacted almost 20 years before the GDPR came into existence. So it obviously did not have the benefit of being drafted in light of that. And some of the modern data protection mechanisms and standards that we would like to see in legislation are just completely absent. But there has been a rapid development of data protection frameworks over the past 10 years, 20, but even more so in the last 10 years, in light of the increased importance we are now attaching to the right to privacy, since we've seen that individuals, they just don't have as much control over their personal data anymore in light of technological developments. And there's also been some very serious data protection breaches that have underlined the importance of enacting modern data protection frameworks. So those are the provisional findings of the study, and they are set out in much more detail in ECLAC's study, which we published in about a month. But I will leave those there and just finish with some quick points on why, how Caribbean organisations stand to benefit from GDPR compliance. So one of the first ones is obviously gaining the trust of customers through securing their personal data and ensuring data privacy. And then also at the forefront of a lot of businesses will also be avoiding financial penalties under the GDPR. So we're yet to see any Caribbean organisations being levied with penalties under the GDPR. But I should add that some global organisations operating in the Caribbean have been the subject of fines. So for example, Google, as we've just heard in the previous presentation. So I think it'll be a while before we'll see GDPR penalties in the Caribbean, but it is on the horizon. And as countries seek to put in place their own data protection frameworks, then penalties will also be possible under local laws. Then, of course, data breaches are very costly for companies, so reducing the risk of data breaches can attract investors and create competitive advantage. And then one of the key ones, in my view at least, is facilitating secure cross-border data flows with major trading partners, including in the EU and the US, and the significant economic value that goes along with facilitating that international trade. So thank you for your attention, and I'll stick around for any questions towards the end.
Thank you very much, Amelia, for a very wonderfully comprehensive and insightful presentation. And even though we missed like the first slide, the rest of it was pretty spectacular. Now, the content of the presentations this morning, I must say, have been very, very, very rich. And as a result of which, we do have some questions that were submitted at the Q&A. One of them in particular relates to the last presentation that was presented, and also that about Letts and Carlton's. So I will start with that. This question is posted by Rishi Maraj. What impact would the recent Schrems II ruling have on Caribbean businesses, say financial and tourism sectors, that have collected EU personal data and process it in the US via cloud services? So I'm presenting this to the panel. Anyone can take it at this time. This is also pertinent to you, Mr. Lee, given what you've outlined. So who'd like to go first? Don't rush all at the same time.
I mean, I'll have at it. So here's what I would say. If the question is what impact does Schrems II have on the Caribbean, you could argue, perhaps a bit facetiously, that it has no impact, because the big impact of Schrems II was to strike down an arrangement between the US and the European Union. And to the extent that we don't, for example, have an equivalent arrangement already in place where we could say, well, if theirs was deemed to be inadequate, then perhaps ours might be too, then it doesn't change much, because as it stands, you'd have heard Amelia speak to the fact that there are a number of other mechanisms for ensuring international data transfers between jurisdictions, and especially private parties between jurisdictions, between Europe and the Caribbean, for example. And so to the extent that the ruling didn't, for example, go further to say all these other mechanisms are also inadequate for it, for instance, then it really means that the state of play as we knew it, vis-a-vis the GDPR and international data transfers, with the Caribbean, it stands. And so essentially, Caribbean businesses need to ensure that they continue to do the things that they perhaps, well, I would hope that they would have been advised to do from before, which is to ensure that you have some kind of adequate mechanism in place to transfer the data between the Caribbean and Europe. Whether that's some kind of standard contractual clause, or you had consent, or it's necessary for the nature of the data being processed, that kind of a thing. Make sure that there's some lawful basis in place.
And I would just add that I think one of the interesting things to have come out of this judgment is for Caribbean organizations is, so of course the Caribbean's two major trading partners are the US and EU countries, but it's very confusing for Caribbean organizations to wonder, if I'm compliant with the GDPR, does that mean I'm also compliant with US law and vice versa? So what this decision tells us is that while compliance with the GDPR will in most cases satisfy the requirements of US law, the reverse is not necessarily true. And I think Carlton mentioned California's new privacy law, and that is a very strong data protection law that is becoming the standard of business across the United States. And it is very closely aligned with the GDPR. But until that law is in effect across US states, there will be no uniform data protection standards in the US. And so it's a bit of a complicated picture for Caribbean businesses looking to do business with US with data security measures in place. Yes,
Chris Carlton here. Amelia pointed out something that was very significant. What we have to depend on now is what they call the standard contract clauses, SCCs, because there's no uniform way to be in compliance. We have to go case by case, and the standard contract clause is a methodology. By the way, SHREM 2 actually endorsed SCC in its use. So that is the only way we can make sure that we're in compliance.
Do we have any other contributions before we move on to a similar related question? And all 3, 4 of you raised it. And that would have been, Amelia, you had mentioned the matter of targeted profiling by social media. And that is done by private sector companies for real-time, and it involves real-time bidding for advertisement purposes. And we had also mentioned the issue of surveillance and privacy, particularly within a cloud context. But even the governments internationally, one of the issues that have been raised is their legitimacy of undertaking surveillance activities during COVID. So you find that there has been a lot of discussion within the international sphere about data privacy and the right of both public and private sector agencies to undertake surveillance with regard to your own information without your consent. And how do you think this impacts on the average Caribbean citizen? And what should be their concerns and what protections need to be put in place?
So there's some interesting dynamics at play here. So obviously, the sharing of health data during the COVID-19 pandemic has been crucial in fighting the virus. But then on the other hand, we also want data to be shared in a way that respects data protection principles. And some particular technologies have been developed in light of COVID-19 to fight the virus. And one of those is contact tracing applications to trace human to human contact and carry out proximity analysis. And so many countries are using these applications, and in some cases they're being developed with pretty questionable privacy policies. And for example, I think there's an app being used in Guatemala, and it enables the data to be kept for up to 10 years, which is well beyond hopefully well beyond the life cycle of the virus and pandemic. And there's also concerns that the data would be used for other purposes to which the data subjects have not consented. So while technology can be very important in fighting the COVID-19 virus, it's also important that data protection frameworks are in place to ensure that this is done in a way that respects the right to privacy.
Any Bartlett or Carlton or Stephen?
Can I make a...
Go ahead, Carlton.
Thank you. Can I just make a small contribution there from Amelia? The question of the use of the data, especially COVID-19, one of the aspects that are now that is now in play is that how we might use the technology to ameliorate the security and the privacy aspects. And this is where they've been talking about blockchain technology in helping move this along. They're right now, the World Health Organization and a couple of other stakeholders are looking at blockchain implementations that could inure to greater security and privacy on the data that is collected, health data. But they're calling it biosecurity data now, we see. And this is where I think it's going to go in a little while. Just something that you might need to watch.
And just to add to that, I think this is something that governments, regulators, let's call it the aspect of our civil societies that are concerned with the future and leadership will have to treat with directly, or think about, because just from the view on the ground, what I've seen, the average consumer, the average small business, and so on, isn't thinking first and foremost about those things. A lot of our businesses and consumers are looking at, can I access the service? Is it low cost to me? And the fact that the service might be, you're paying for it with loss of privacy and so on, is not really top of mind. I think it becomes something that surprises the average consumer when we see large, significant uses of their private data, when we have things like the Brexit vote and US 2016 elections and so on. People suddenly realize, oh, so this question I answered over here was aggregated and created a pattern which was used to shape my opinions and so on. But in the moment by moment, clicking on an ad or so on, it's not something that the average person thinks about. So I think this is where our leadership would have to look into the future and say, what's the cost of operating the services in our jurisdictions?
On the matter of data stewardship and the government being held to a different standard vis-a-vis the private sector, I do have a question that was posted by Mr. Rodney Taylor, and it is to the panel: are governments held to the same level of accountability as private entities in relation to the handling of citizen data? With the deployment of interoperability frameworks to facilitate data sharing across platforms and government, does the government then have a free hand to share between ministries, departments, agencies to facilitate seamless public services? It's a very good question. Would you like to address this?
Yeah, I can, I'll start and then you can add your thoughts about the panelists. So where a country has a modern data protection framework in place, and as we've seen, this is not all Caribbean countries. Countries have various, are at various stages of developing their data protection legislation. But once a piece of modern data protection legislation is in place, it would apply to all data controllers equally. So that's both private sector and public sector data controllers. And that means that a government, even when it's sharing within an organization or across ministries, it would need to identify a lawful basis for sharing that personal data. And it's not just that it could, share it around ministries willy-nilly. It would have to observe the conditions for lawful processing under that piece of legislation.
Carlton or Bartlett?
Yeah, so the truth is, when a question like that is posed, I think in the Caribbean context, it really comes down to, and I guess this is really a lawyer's answer, but it really does depend. It depends on the jurisdiction. It depends on whether or not they have some kind of a meaningful data privacy regime in place, as Amelia mentioned. It depends on whether or not, for example, they've passed the law, but it's not in effect, and so effectively it's a no man's land. And all of those factors have to, tie into your response, when you speak about it. But speaking at a broad level, here's what I would say, and this probably even ties back to the prior question. I feel like a lot of what's going on now in terms of government's use of data, stuff, around COVID tracing apps and so on, it's sort of a kind of almost want to say it's an inflection point for us in the Caribbean, where we get an opportunity to determine how much we trust our governments. Because in situations where you have sort of a legislative no man's land, as is the case in quite a few jurisdictions still, then the question is, well, what will my government do with my data when they have a free hand? Are they going to essentially not abide by well-established, accepted principles around data privacy and so on? Are they going to do the right thing, so to speak, or not? And so this really, I think, ties into a larger conversation around trust. Because I mean, one of the things I remember even back in the day before data privacy laws themselves were being passed, one of the things we very often say to clients and so on is, well, the value of doing the right thing is the trust it builds with the persons whose data you're processing. So regardless of whether or not a law is there is that sort of, I think, unspoken soft requirement to ensure that you operate in a manner that doesn't breach the trust that your citizens and your residents have in you as a government. Because if you break that trust, then they're not likely to, for example, want to take up all these different fancy services that we're rolling out. Yesterday, we spoke a lot about digitization and the different governments making a push towards that. If there is no trust in a particular government and how it operates, people are not going to voluntarily want to take up services that they don't have to take up without that trust. So I sort of stretched away from the original question, but I thought it was important to kind of make that connection.
In fact, I'll put in my 2 cents as the person from the government here. It is a balancing exercise, and you are right. It's a balancing exercise that is important to continue to maintain citizen trust and confidence in providing your data to the government, because you have to balance protection of citizens in most, if not all, of the jurisdictions' constitutional right to privacy, and also the state needing data, like for example, with regard to biosecurity data and how it is used, and ensuring that it is used for the purpose for which it was provided and handled and secured adequately. I just, on the context of adequacy, before I get into the real technical questions for Mr. Lee, I would like to ask you, both Bartlett, Carlton, and Amelia, given your understanding of where we're at in the Caribbean with our legislative frameworks, do you think that any of us are anywhere near to obtaining an adequacy decision or approaching a decision of adequacy by the EU? And what would be the benefit to the CARICOM or any Caribbean country in so doing?
I can start on that one. So, so far, the European Commission has issued, I think, 22 adequacy decisions, and it's a fairly long, complicated process because it involves a lot of back and forth with the European Commission on the data protection standards, but also procedural guarantees that a country has in place. While as yet there are no Caribbean countries that have received an adequacy decision from the European Commission, there are a number of small island territories that have. I think Jersey, Isle of Man, some of the UK's dependencies have received adequacy decisions. So that may be encouraging to Caribbean countries to know that other small jurisdictions have received these decisions. The reason they're so important and why countries should, strive to move in the direction of maybe one day applying for an adequacy decision is they essentially they're a general authority for the flow of data between the country that gets the decision and EU member countries. So it means that in the case of individual cross-border data flow, it doesn't need to be considered on a case-by-case basis. What mechanism are we using in this instance to ensure data security? There's this general authority, so it's a very useful tool for a country, and it also would have significant economic value. I think that's probably enough. If you have anything to add, Bartlett and Carlton.
So yes, you laid it out quite nicely there, Amelia. The real objective is that we have a framework, comprehensive framework with an adequacy decision that allows the interactions to go on without having individual contracts, standard contracts, and so on. The triage to get to the adequacy decision is very detailed. They go and look through to make sure that all of the principles of data protection are involved in the legislation. They look at the regulations and the procedural issues surrounding. One of the big ones, for example, is that if a citizen wants to make a claim, how many hoops they have to jump through to get access to the commissioner or the persons that are involved in adjudicating the claim. That one seems to mess up a lot of people. If you look at what happened with Guernsey and the Cayman Islands, for example, has been trying to get through that adequacy decision. I don't know about it. Have they gotten it yet? They were going through it.
Not yet, not yet.
No.
Yeah, yeah. So these are the real issues that you look. So it also forces, the good thing that comes out of the adequacy decision, it forces you to look comprehensively at the law and the regulation to ensure that you tick all the boxes to get the adequacy decision. So in my view, just asking for an opportunity to get the decision enables the kind of review that will make the law and the regulation and the framework much stronger.
Yeah, and I would also add it's quite a dynamic process. And the European Commission isn't just looking to tick boxes, it'll also work with the country to improve their systems or frameworks as they go along. So as Carlton just pointed out, there's a lot of benefit to even just engaging in the process, even if it doesn't immediately result in an adequacy decision. And now that we're seeing some very strong pieces of data protection legislation in the Caribbean, including Barbados, Cayman Islands, and Jamaica, it would be interesting to see in the coming years if one of these countries does apply for an adequacy decision, and you know, other countries can get an insight into that process. Yeah,
I mean, I'd like to jump in to endorse in large part what has been said by the other contributors already on the adequacy issue. What I want to add is that it goes often beyond simply just, do you have a fancy privacy law? They also look at big picture issues like, what is your approach to human rights in your country? Are there actual, privacy related decisions being issued by a regulator already? Practical things as well. One of the other things that people don't often talk about, but which often is considered, though it's not mandatory, it's very often considered, well, certainly, or it will be considered in the context of the GDPR, is whether, for instance, your country has acceded to or ratified Convention 108. It's spoken about, but if you go back and read through the recitals in the GDPR, they actually subtly kind of hint you in that direction. And so that, to my mind, is also another sort of launching, I think, point for other bigger conversations that we've started in the Caribbean area about, well, what is the approach to data privacy going forward as a collective region? What should we be thinking about? And, actually, Carlton and I were having a conversation about this recently, which is perhaps we might need to forego where we've had conversations in the past where we go, well, as a region, we should have our own kind of treaty that treats the privacy and kind of make the entire region sort of, kind of like our own bubble or cloud, so to speak, where, transfers between jurisdictions are fine or what have you. Perhaps we might even consider foregoing that kind of a direction and consider simply just acceding to Convention 108. Because essentially, to the extent that we've already started making the push, we've already started the push in the region towards passing privacy laws, it means then that acceding to Convention 108 would not be something like an additional hurdle that we haven't already contemplated in terms of resources and what have you. And then there's the added benefit that it makes it easier, assuming all the other factors are in place, decent human rights record, adequate privacy law, to get that adequacy decision from the European Union.
One final point before we move on to the next question. Bartlett's comment reminded me that the European Commission has a document called the Adequacy Referential. And this is a short, very good document that just outlines the basic concepts and procedural aspects that you would require in your legal system beyond just a fancy data protection law to work towards an adequacy decision. So It's called the Adequacy Referential, and it's available online. It's, I think, less than 10 pages, so it's a good piece of short guidance.
You know, this is an actual very excellent and pointed issue that many Caribbean governments are considering at this time as we contemplate how to move ahead with digital transformation and also building that legislative framework. But it's not just a beautiful piece of law in the books, it's the operationalization and the ultimate impact on just our own country, but what happens with our cross-border data flows and our interactions with international players, given the fact that Mr. Lee has put it strongly into context that it's really an interconnected global network. And the fact is that within the Caribbean, the cloud services are not anchored within the Caribbean. And as a result of which, we need to be mindful of the fact that our data is our own, but invariably, just like the tides in the ocean, it's gonna flow through many different currents in many different jurisdictions. And that is our reality. Amelia, you had mentioned as part of your presentation, one of the key concepts of the GDPR is data protection as in design as a default, where your architecture is built such that it is kept in mind in terms of complying with our mandates. And Bartlett, you had brought into play the concept of data localization. Now, tying this together with the whole concept of a Caribbean cloud to facilitate data localization and the existence of local IXPs with that in mind, perhaps, Mr. Lee, you can take us through what would be the fundamental technical requirements that we would need to take into consideration to meet that concept of design data protection by design, and what would be sufficient to protect our data sovereignty.
All right, let me see if I could frame that simply and quickly. So I really did like that idea of by design. It's designed for privacy, for protection, and so on, because that does give the engineering side of things a particular structure, architecture to work with. It would involve things like if I am offering services in a particular jurisdiction, city, country, that there is redundancy and backup, double and triple somewhere inside of the design and considerations, as well as being able to transfer the data to somewhere else within that same jurisdiction. Right now, it's very convenient when we are setting up new services to back up large amounts of data to Amazon. That tends to be a lot of IT systems go to backup solution. We have Amazon and we have Microsoft and so on. And so there would have to be a very deliberate choice being made to establish contracts, relationships with data centers within the region, which can receive that data and store it long term. And this is where I think I like Bartlett's answer as well a few minutes ago when he says it depends. A lot of this is it depends on what we're willing to pay for and what we're willing to accept, because there certainly is software to do this. There certainly is storage, just like if we're just thinking about raw disk space, and there's knowledge that we have to be able to back up this way or transfer data between locations this way. These are things that we understand how to do. But I would also say it's not trivial. It doesn't have to be wildly expensive, but it's also not free. And so we have to kind of decide inside of the region, country by country, business by business, what are we willing to pay for now, and how do we kind of step by step get to where we want to go. I mentioned we have some pretty massive data centers in the region, BlueNap, what Cloud Carib is doing, but to get, and they do offer things like receiving offsite backup, and we can store your data long term, and we have real cloud services that will hold things locally. We actually have that, but they sunk millions of dollars into it. to build those. And it took them a while to get there, which means the price point is going to be something that will allow them to recoup that. And that's at a completely different scale than some of the small, what we call micro data centers that we operate around internet exchange point, like the one in St. Lucia and Grenada and so on, which are low cost. And it's, I think in Grenada, in fact, local businesses, entrepreneurs are invited to host your website at the data center for free, right? But the scale of that is very different. It's supported by volunteer effort. It's subsidized by the regulator, and the protections and level of services that you'd get in that micro data center are at a different level and scale from the one that you get in Curacao. And none of them are illegitimate. It's just a matter of what can we afford and what does it take to get there over time. We have to always bear in mind the cloud that we consume today and the cloud that GDPR is helping to regulate and ensure the privacy of is something that took a while to get there. Right now, it's what everybody's using because it took a while to be built and it has now stabilized. And I guess every jurisdiction has this same challenge. Do I go with what already exists and cede to the policies and structures there, or do we take our time and do something which is more aligned to what we want to do here?
That's an excellent question and answer. And I must say, this would take me to one of the areas that is part of our theme for this panel in terms of information security. Leading on what you've just said, and also related to the general COVID context, there's a matter of BCP or business continuity, particularly when you'd mentioned the backup of data. Now, some of it is localized. Some jurisdictions choose to send it to a cloud environment that is hosted externally. But there's business vulnerability and then the backup of data. Given the fact that you're looking at a Caribbean cloud environment, what would be the best practice solution with regard to the backup of data to ensure BCP, particularly in times like these?
I'd say this initially, well, where the infrastructure that we have right now, we do have, I think, operating at the scale in which it's possible in most countries to find some amount of hosting, let's call it that, that would allow us to operate servers which people can back up to and continue doing business remotely if they had to. I think we've gotten to the stage in which there's enough of that around the region. So immediately, in addition to the services that we can get from Amazon and Microsoft and Google, which are there and are certainly affordable, we do have some options inside of the region. And that's something I know businesses have been looking at. My customers who I talk to are looking at what do we need to do in our office to make this somewhere that we can continue to operate remotely and have some amount of continuity to the business, or if not at the office, what's available in country? Is there a small point of presence in country that we can rack a few servers and operate? So there are businesses are thinking more about, as we move out of the offices, or if we can't all congregate in the same way as we did before, can we virtualize our business? Unfortunately, one of the easiest things to do, which a lot are opting to, is just purchase the services directly from the cloud providers, which immediately takes it out of the region. Microsoft 365, I'm sure, has seen a huge jump in licenses and so on, partly because persons like myself recommend to our customers, listen, you need to be able to use these services to continue business. Easiest thing to do is purchase a subscription and so on. And so businesses have been finding continuity. They have been finding new ways to keep the workflows going. But I can't say that it's a very comforting situation from a data privacy standpoint, because we've managed to have, I mean, because Microsoft and those companies are going to back up the data and it's going to be reliably held. So we do achieve the business continuity that we're looking for, but the price we're paying for it is some of that loss of jurisdictional control. But I don't think it's something that we're going to avoid in the short term.
I'd like to sincerely thank you because you have succinctly contextualized your practical and business approach with regard to data management. And it's been equally balanced by the other members of the panel with regard to, okay, so you're backing up here, but this is really what is going to happen with regard to surveillance and security and legislative standpoint. And I'd like to thank every member of the panel this morning for their wonderful contributions. We are certainly all the better and more knowledgeable for it. And I'd like to give each of you the opportunity to make a closing remark or closing statement with regard to the area of data sovereignty, security, and privacy that you would like the audience to take away based on our discussions this morning. I can start with you, Bartlett. Yes.
Oh, thank you. So I will be brief, and I will say, listening to the other presenters and looking at the questions that came out and so on, I think what has become perhaps more apparent for me is that we do, in the region, from the perspective of government, certainly, and also, I guess, from citizens, there's more to be done. But certainly from the perspective of the governments, I believe that we now need to get to the practical aspects of contextualizing what we do around things like data privacy and data sovereignty and so on, around the larger big picture objectives, your digital strategies and so on. I think we need to think more clearly about how they fit together. And by extension, not just how they fit together, but also what are the implications for our citizens. It's nice to say you have, this privacy law on paper, but then when you go and check behind it, it's actually not in force, or it's in force, but no resources have been provided to actually enforce the law that is in force. And so these are the practical things that I think governments have to start thinking more seriously about. Are we passing laws around privacy and data security and so on for the sake of a checklist that says, well, we've done it, international donor, give us our aid? Or are we doing it because we truly want to foster an environment where, as we march into the digital age, our citizens feel empowered, they trust the different service offerings implicitly, and beyond that, they trust that there is a genuine recourse if something goes wrong. So I think these are some of the big picture considerations that we need to have within the region going forward. Thank you again.
Carlton Samuels.
I will just pass on because Bartlett has pretty much said what I would have said. So,
Amelia.
Yeah, building on what Bartlett just said. So I think the Caribbean is yet to create a culture of privacy rights, but there's many benefits to be gained from developing better protection of privacy rights and the protection of personal data in the Caribbean. So it shouldn't be looked upon as a chore. There is great economic value in facilitating cross-border data flows. Obviously, strengthening individuals' privacy rights should be a key consideration. But it's also a data protection and data sharing framework can also be the backbone of effective digital governance. And in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, digital government has become all the more important. So the pandemic has only increased the impetus for Caribbean countries to put in place a strong data protection framework and also to create a culture of privacy protection and individual privacy rights in the region.
Mr. Lee?
Oh, thanks. So just want to end on a note that I think we've been making good progress in the area of developing the infrastructure inside of the region and our understanding of the issues. So I just want to continue to encourage ourselves and our governments to support and help to create the environment that will allow us to get where we want to in terms of sovereignty and privacy and rights for citizens. As we've been saying, there's not much value in having a law on the books where effectively, as life plays out, it's not going to be effective to protect anyone. And so let's get the necessary components of the infrastructure in place. Encourage business, encourage entrepreneurs, encourage international cloud providers to help to improve the infrastructure in the region so that we can actually depend on it for the services that we want to consume.
I must say that I must express my sincere thanks and appreciation to the host of the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum in choosing the area of data sovereignty, security, and privacy for local online services, as this is an area that is quite significant and ever-growing importance within the Caribbean region. I can say that there are many interesting developments ahead of us as we continue with our data governance and data protection evolution. And I sincerely hope to see this on the agenda for the next governance forum. On that note, I would hand over to the Master of Ceremonies and also sincerely thank the excellent members of the panel this morning. Hats off to you, you've done a great job.
Thank you, Vashti.
Very much, Vashti and team. Excellent presentation. A very excellent approach to starting this panel and the entire day. So we do appreciate the comments and the interactions and the feedback and from the participants as well. So we will move to a break. We have a 15-minute break. Probably we will return around 10:57, thereabout, and we will resume with the second panel of the day. So thank you and enjoy your break.
Yes, thank you, and good morning, folks. Good morning. Welcome back to our next session of the 16th Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. Just let me get my mouse handy here. Thank you. And in this session, we are going to be addressing one of the topics that was very well supported when we put out a call for topics for this year's forum. We've called the panel Sun, Sea, and Masts, Internet Governance and Caribbean Tourism in the New Normal. And in this panel, we'll be looking at the impact of, or we'll be addressing the impact of COVID-19 on the tourism industry and some of the measures that are being taken to try to revive the tourism industry in the Caribbean, and what technological sort of solutions are we seeing being applied or could be applied, and in applying such technological solutions, are there matters for policy or governance that would impact on our space here in terms of internet governance? We're going to have, in fact, what we've seen just very quickly is tourism. Well, travel was very, very limited in most countries, and in many of the countries closed their borders at least for a time. And I guess that time has been used to try to retool the industry to see what could be done to have it operate safely. There'll be two featured speakers in this particular segment, one from the tourism industry and one providing a different perspective from the perspective of an ICT regulator. The tourism industry spokesperson is Ms. Heidi Alert from Tourism Trinidad Limited, the acting chief executive officer of Tourism Trinidad Limited. And the regulator would be Mr. Ali Farmoy. He's actually the immediate former executive director for ICT at the Office of Regulation in the Cayman Islands. So we're getting two country perspectives and we're getting two different industries perspectives as well. And I'll supplement that as required by some additional data that was provided for me from the OECS Tourism Department. So let's get into it. Let's see what the impact has been, what the tourism industry has been doing, and what implications it might have for the internet governance space. And I'll ask Ms. Heidi Alert, the Acting Chief Executive Officer of Tourism Trinidad Limited, to get us started. Heidi, all yours.
All right, great. Thanks so much. And let me start by sharing my screen and making sure that all is well.
Just 1 second, Heidi. I neglected to introduce myself for the day, and there might be some people who are wondering who's this person. I'm Nigel Casimir, the Acting Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. I'll moderate this panel. Go ahead, Heidi.
All right, thanks. And you guys are seeing the slides okay, correct?
Yes, we are.
All right, wonderful. So pleasure being here. Thank you guys so much for the invitation and opportunity to have this dialogue. And I know we've been talking a lot this morning, so I was listening to the most of this morning's session and really dealing with the infrastructure, the legal frameworks, the enabling environment, and all those things are extremely important and good. But where I get the kind of honor of shifting the conversation a little bit, as you alluded to, Nigel, is bringing it home, right? And really focusing on what is the practical application of everything that is going on in the world, really. And I had to smile at one of the comments. I can't remember who made it in the last session, but a comment was made about how while we're talking about data privacy and protection and all those things, there's an element of treating with it after the horse is already bolted from the stable, right? And it's true, and it's something that we all have to face and kind of navigate. And in our world, certainly in the tourism space, it's a situation where, yes, we have to find the right and appropriate frameworks. We have to make a lot of structural changes in terms of both how we deliver services, how we think about tourism, how we just manage life, and have the innovations and everything else that is necessary. So there's an element of managing the big questions, but there's also the people need to put food on the table, and business and life is continuing even while, from a structural standpoint, we try to answer some of the big questions. And that is, I think one of the panelists had mentioned the word balance in the last session, and I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind. That even while we search for answers, life continues, and it must. So from Trinidad, from tourism perspective, and specifically in Trinidad, and let me make a quick note, because sometimes people ask this a lot. They're like, what happened to Tobago, right? Because you're seeing just Trinidad. So we are still one republic, Trinidad and Tobago. But from a tourism perspective, there are actually two agencies, because Trinidad and Tobago are so different in terms of the products and the tourism products itself. So Tobago has an agency, and our agency is specific to Trinidad. But so that's why you'll see Tourism Trinidad and the word Trinidad used a bit, but we think about that from a destination standpoint, right? So just to explain that. So what I will start with in terms of looking at objectives, or sorry, no, some context setting. So Nigel, you referenced some of this, and I can tell you, I thought about what kind of image to put up here, how to kind of relate tourism. I can tell you my stomach has turned enough times in terms of looking at all the many different bar charts where you see all the bars and the lines and everything just going down. So I didn't put any lines or bars on this particular on this particular slide, and it's really just focusing on the on some of the statistics. Now, one thing, even as I put some of the doom and gloom up there that we're experiencing, one thing that I think is important to note is just putting into context tourism within the region. So according to a recent report put out by the ILO, tourism accounts for 33% of the region's GDP. So that is a huge percentage, even in Trinidad and Tobago, which, you know, historically may not be seen as one of the leading destinations from a tourism perspective, just in terms of, you know, we have the oil and gas and everything. But even in Trinidad and Tobago, tourism accounts for almost 8%. It's 7.8% of GDP. So it is a significant GDP contributor. And another important aspect of tourism is the number of jobs that are affected. So when you consider at a regional level, tourism accounts for 43.1% of employment. So that's almost half of the jobs within the region are linked to tourism. And in Trinidad and Tobago, just kind of bringing it home here, tourism accounts for in 2019, it accounted for 8.5% of total employment. That figure ranges usually between 8 to 10%. Whenever you think about both direct as well as indirect employment. And so it is a significant industry here in the Caribbean and also within Trinidad and Tobago. And you can see just based on some of these stats that are in the slide, we're in some dire straits. And this is even at May. This doesn't even take into account the last few months. This was kind of early on. So it's an industry in crisis. And I know the crisis is not affected tourism alone, but certainly tourism has been one of the hardest hit industries. So whenever we think about kind of the topic of this forum, if you will, which is digital transformation, one of the things that we look at from a tourism perspective are how do we define success in tourism? And a lot of times success and kind of the measurement of the effectiveness of tourism and those sorts of things, aside from GDP and jobs, tends to be like visitor arrivals. So how many people did you have entering your borders from both an airlift as well as a cruise perspective? But those numbers with certainly in Trinidad and Tobago, our borders haven't been closed since March. And no date set for reopening, and a lot of other destinations, even in the Caribbean, have had to manage some closed border situations. We have to redefine success and what that looks like. And I would say one of the primary objectives has to be on safety, and this issue of health and safety. And whether it's for domestic tourists, which is kind of the staycation situation, or whether it's future in the case of Trinidad and Tobago, international visitors, but tourism destinations have to enter to new paradigms. And I want to spend a second on this word that I have underlined in the first point, which is adoption. So a little bit about my background. So yes, I am in tourism fully now, but I do come, now it's a little dangerous to say in this setting, but I do have a bit of a technology background. I would have worked for a software development company and also some Microsoft partners within the region. So the way I would classify it is enough to be dangerous in terms of what I know from technology. But even from a technology standpoint, this word adoption came up a lot, right? Because it's one thing to have solutions and it's one thing to have technology and things that enable, but how is it actually being adopted? And this speaks to human behavior, right? So even though we're talking about digital transformation, I would say what my angle and perspective is looking at is the human transformation. Because again, you can have solutions, you can have different applications, you can have different things available, but how is the actual adoption and uptake of that? And how, as industry leaders, are we kind of leading that human transformation standpoint? Because it has to do, and from an adoption perspective, I would highlight two kind of pillars that I would say would be, one is access. So whether it's access to broadband, whether it's access to devices. I know this is a very hot topic in the field of education right now, but it affects even from, you know, an industry like tourism. This issue of access becomes really important, because whenever you think about all the different stakeholders within tourism, some things so hotels, accommodation, tour guides, and tour operators are some of the traditional and kind of primary things that we think about. But the tourism sector also affects another huge part of tourism, is transport operators, right? So here in Trinidad, you have maxi drivers, you would have taxi drivers. You know, these are key suppliers to the industry, in the tourism industry, that have just as much some of the challenges whenever you think about access to resources. Another trend that we've been seeing that has been growing a lot, and that we're actually really excited about, but is the blossoming of community tourism. So you take remote locations, you know, within a destination or communities outside of a main city center, and you see that there's a lot of entrepreneurship and a lot of opportunities springing up in these communities. But the same thing whenever you think about the access to the technologies that are needed to create this safe environment. And then, so aside from access, whenever you think about this technology adoption and the human transformation, the other thing I would say that is really important is paradigm shifts. And I wanna bring over onto my screen a little funny insertion, right? And I can use this, I think, safely within a tech space for everybody that we have on here. But this is just to show some of the historical paradigms that we may not even know exist. So I saw this online recently, and I hope it's going to show. And you guys may have seen this too. So over in Japan, there was this young engineer who raised a question, and he says, so why is the icon or the picture, the save button, he was in Excel, right? He's like, why is this picture represented by a vending machine with a purchase drink at the bottom, right? So he's looking at this, a young, you know, techie, and saying, why on earth is a vending machine representative of saving something, right? Now, of course,
he's very young.
Although I would say, you know, what we say is very young. So I have 2 teenagers, and they would say the same thing. Like I talk to young folks, and whenever you think about how you save, and I talk about a floppy disk, they're all like, what? Like there's just no concept whatsoever. But this is an example of kind of some historical habits. Yes, none of us have floppy disks. I don't even think you could find a floppy disk now. So while we may not be saving to an actual floppy disk, you know, there's historical ways of thinking and habits that are embedded that sometimes we don't even recognize, you know, that are happening. And I think whenever we talk about, you know, transformation, whether it's from a technology or a human standpoint, we have to become very aware of what some of those mindsets are, because at the end of the day, again, this is not a technology discussion as much as it is, what is the environment? Who are the people behind the folks that are using this? So I know I spent a lot of time on this first objective that talks about adoption, but I think it speaks to a lot of what's being covered in this discussion. The other key thing that we look at whenever we look at objectives for our industry right now is this effective communication. And it's communication not just you know, not just to visitors, but to the populace, to providers. It is a holistic set of communication that needs to take place. And you see a lot of destinations working on ways to proactively communicate, whether it's health and safety protocols or just manage expectations. That's another important thing that I think is that is happening. And this speaks to the third objective, and even the fourth, whenever you think about these mindset shifts that has to take, and how we view tourism and the services that we provide. There's a lot of changes that are taking place across the industry. So let's talk a second about the new normal. So new normal, health and safety protocols define and train. So you know, we're trying to address and build solutions to a problem that is what seems like forever evolving, right? So it's like you're trying to find solutions to one question that becomes obsolete the next week or the next month. And it's really trying to navigate and find a way forward. But then aside from even once you find a solution, and this is why I spend a lot of time talking about the adoption side of things, is that you have to train. And yes, we are making use of a lot of virtual technologies and resources. Again, whether it comes from an education and training standpoint, but we have to be cognizant of the fact that whenever you think about communities and whenever you think about a sector and an industry, and especially whenever you think about something as important as health and safety, whenever you think about the chain, there's that old adage, you're only as strong as your weakest link. And you have to make sure that you are capturing everybody in that value chain whenever it comes to the health and safety protocols. And there is not a one size fits all type of solution to deliver that training. And to build that capacity is probably the better catchment that we need to think about. So market innovation, you know, the way, again, that we deliver services, the way that we think about tourism, you know, so in a lot of times, and cruises kind of a good example of kind of whenever you have a mass set of people, literally thousands of people coming in to a destination and into an area at one point in time. You know, traditionally this industry has really been built on and thrived around large groups. And those are the ones that make the difference. But we have to think about how we are innovating some of those business models. Another comment that was made in the previous session, and this was related to applications and Wi-Fi and those types of things. And it said, you know, and I can't remember the exact wording, but the concept behind the comment was, you know, to offer all these things isn't free. So even if it's, you know, again, whether different applications, even if there's hardware, because even for contact tracing, I've seen solutions that have come to us, you know, that talk about visitors wearing bracelets or doing different things. So there's different ways of offering solutions, but it is important to note that even if it's software and not hardware, you know, these things are not free, and it has to be something that we have to figure out who pays for it, you know, whether it's the industry, whether it's the providers, whether it's the visitors, but there has to be a win-win solution that is found for the long term in some of this market innovation. Touchless solutions and this contactless types of solutions are extremely important. We've seen a lot of innovation around that already, primarily at the hotels. You're seeing a lot of the contactless types of solutions. You're also seeing it in the food and beverage, even in the tour operations and those types of things. And I expect to see a lot more as that goes. Health screening, both for visitors and employees. One quick comment that I'll make whenever it comes to employees. So we were having a session with some of our stakeholders recently, and one of the comments that was made is that the service provider was talking about how, yes, they have, you know, at their hotel, they have, they follow really stringent health and safety protocols. So, you know, you'd have everybody wearing masks, sanitizing, doing everything that they're supposed to. But one of the comments or the points of discussions or the challenges that was brought up is that from the minute that employee steps out of the premises, you know, then it becomes an issue of personal responsibility. So yes, you can enforce change and kind of habits within a particular setting, but with the pandemic that we are facing currently, this has to be something that is embraced in terms of, you know, how you wear your mask, how you social distance, how you sanitize and everything else, even outside of the premises, because this is a case where things that employees are doing, and certainly visitors, but in this case, the interesting perspective was employees, how they manage themselves even outside of the premises becomes a huge deal in terms of managing the overall health and safety of the sites and attractions and accommodation and so forth. There's new business models. I touched a little bit on that. And then data. And this is something that I think is very relevant for here, because one of the questions that I think has to be answered. So there's a real, there is a big push, and I can speak even here in Trinidad and Tobago, for whenever it comes to contact tracing, everywhere that you go is capturing your data, right? So your name, where you live, your phone number, whether you went to a gym or a pool, or sometimes even retail stores, everybody's capturing this data because they're trying to support, they're trying to support the contact tracing and those types of things. But one thing that's relevant in this type of setting is answering the questions about, okay, so we're capturing data, but how are you capturing the data? In terms of, and I'm talking from your local hardware store, who is, you're writing down, all of your personal information whenever you enter the retail outlet. So they're keeping like a hard copy of this, but how long do they need to keep it for? How do they store it? Who has access to it? How, and I know that, again, referencing the analogy of a horse already bolting from the stable, because it's already happening, even while we're trying to define the parameters around this. But it's something that certainly, even as a tourism industry, which is very person and human centric, and traditionally very, very high touch, we have to answer about, so even whenever we're capturing this data, what are we doing with it and how are we managing it appropriately? And the answers that and the solutions that we come up with have to be able to trickle down to the proverbial small man, right? And it has to be solutions that can work without having to invest in a huge ERP system, to manage all this data. We have to find solutions that are agile, but also very appropriate. Both from a national standpoint and a long-term sustainable standpoint, but that are also offering solutions that are relevant to the needs of each destination today, and things that we need to be doing. Getting the message out. So one of the big things here, and this speaks to marketing and promotion, which is another big thing that is happening, even in places like, again, Trinidad and Tobago, where the borders are still closed. There's a lot of investment going on into marketing and promotion because we're looking forward to a future, right? We're not, there's a saying, even the longest days have their end. And we know that the pandemic will come to an end at some point in time. And so you have a lot of marketing and promotion coming out. And the biggest thing that the tourism industry has to do, and has to do quickly, is so a lot of these things that I have been talking about in terms of the different both solutions and as well as challenges that are being faced, all of this leads to restoring confidence, because the minute that you break that trust, and the minute that individuals do not feel safe traveling to a destination, tourism is once again kind of brought to its knees, so to speak, in terms of its ability to get back on its feet. Whenever I talked about the business models and some of the innovation that's coming forward, we are seeing a lot of VR and AR types of opportunities and things that are happening. But this is where the issue of monetization and the issue of building a business model around it become really important. Because again, yes, people are doing virtual tours and doing VR type of things, from the comfort of their home, or for the augmented reality. I mean, I really hope to see some continued innovation here, so that, you can give yourself, and even whenever I talk to self-service there, you allow visitors to kind of self-service and be able to go out into a destination, and they have, their phone up in the app. And sorry, as I'm looking off my screen, I'm looking to downtown Port of Spain, but you can imagine yourself walking, through a city, and you're having an AR type of app that is giving you information in a really, really valuable type of experience. But we need to think about how that is supported from a business perspective. Digital platforms, whether it's pre-arrival, as well as in destination. Historically, again, this industry has relied heavily on traditional means of communication. So physical maps, brochures, a lot of things that are high touch. All of these things, now is the time that these things have to become more digital and adopted in a digital way. And then I realize I'm quickly running out of time, so I just have this slide and one more, but I'll just kind of give some future scenarios in terms of and this is, again, feels like an ever-changing reality, but just thinking about where we go from here. So there's a book that was published called oh my goodness, it was called, I forget the name of the book, but it's talking about the experience economy, right? So you talk about the Industrial Revolution, and then you talk about services coming after the Industrial Revolution. And then there's a real push and thrust towards this issue of an experience economy, where it's more than just a service being provided, but it is what is the experience that is had within a destination. And I think in terms of trends and where the industry is heading is finding customized, personal, authentic experiences. But where it becomes very important, and this is where the overlap with technology comes in, is that cannot work in a high touch, kind of one-on-one type of scenario. In order for this customized, personal, authentic experience to work, it has to be delivered in ways that rely on technology to be able to service that. Because traditional service providers, they can't be doing one-on-one tours, to just very, say even like families or small groups of fives or that sort of thing, in the way that they delivered it to large groups before, where you're seeing the economies of scale, because we're not going to have those same economies of scale in the tourism of the future. You have to be able to break it down to these small and very personal experiences, but you have to find a way to make it still profitable for the business. Otherwise, you're not going to have any service providers to give you those experiences in the long run. And we really will also see a reimagining of events. So right now, I'm sure most everybody would be aware, we have the CPL tournament going on, but it's CPL without a crowd. But you'll see a lot of branding opportunities, that are coming up. So looking at it still as a marketing and promotion type of investment to be able to get the word out. But you have to reimagine what sports looks like. Carnival, there's a lot of questions there, and I don't have any answers. I don't pretend to have any answers from my side. But whenever we look forward to Carnival, which is a huge thing, certainly in Trinidad and Tobago, but even within the destination, how is that being reimagined and how is that being delivered in 2021? These mega business conferences, and again, this isn't just our region specific, but business and conference tourism is huge in the industry. But all that is changing. One, people don't want to travel, plus in terms of travel for business, because you're seeing a lot more, just like this conference is a prime example, you're seeing a lot more digital types of deliveries, whereas there would have been in person previously. So a lot of even business tourism is having to be reimagined. We do see higher demands for ecotourism, health and wellness. There's a lot of staycations that are happening. And even this idea of regional bubbles, where you have, I think one of the first places that took this up was Australia and New Zealand, where you have an area, at least, that has managed the pandemic well, and they at least allow travel between their borders. So that may be something that is up for consideration. And then I talked about this within the initial point, which was this access to broadband and capacity to utilize within the sector, and we have to build that out. So my last slide that I'll end with is, of course, the Visit Trinidad, whenever our borders do reopen. But that continuous promotion and looking at tourism as a whole. So I hope I didn't go too far over time, Nigel, but I will stop there and hopefully at least allow that to be a good place for discussion.
Thank you very much, Heidi. I think it was quite edifying. I think you brought it home in terms of the context in which we are looking. And from what you said, this might be a good time actually for me to bring some other supporting information that I was able to get from the OECS Secretariat related to their own circumstances. And a lot of what they looking at came out in your own presentation. In the Caribbean, prior to COVID-19, there existed and it still exists, the Caribbean Tourism and Health Program, right? And that's a collaboration of CARFA, that's the Public Health Agency, the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, the Caribbean Tourism Organization, and the individual countries as well, to basically oversee appropriate health and safety protocols to make sure that tourism can function effectively throughout the Caribbean. When COVID hit though, a particular initiative was taken to form a task force, a COVID-19 task force. So apart from CARFA, the Hotel and Tourism Association and CTO, they brought in the OECS as well, OECS Secretariat, and Global Tourism Resiliency and Crisis Management Center to contribute to the work of this task force. And this task force produced lots of stuff, and including guidelines and key criteria for reopening of tourism. They came up with a whole bunch of checklists for all the stakeholders and so on in the region. And they have a very nice report actually that's available online. Looking at, say, technological solutions, apart from, say, of course, there'll be the medical protocols and so on. But if I were to focus on some of the checklists that they provided for that were relevant to technological solutions, they were looking at the area of surveillance and monitoring. And Heidi mentioned this in terms of different techniques people have been considering and using for contact tracing, or just tracking who was where, and maybe using bracelets and that sort of thing. But I'd say even prior to that, there was a computerized monitoring system that was set up. They call it THIS, the Tourism Health Information System, which is a web-based, a confidential web-based application for real-time syndrome surveillance of populations in the tourist accommodations. So they have had that in place, and that itself would have certain confidentiality protocols and so on associated with it, right? Because, well, it's personal information. Specifically related to COVID though, there's also contact tracing, and all the various possibilities that are being put forward using mobile phones and all these sorts of things. And it is recognized though in writing in their report though, that these must be balanced against any relevant data protection regulations, nationally, regionally, internationally. And we just had a nice discussion about the status of data protection laws around the Caribbean. So any contact tracing must be cognizant of those things. Another section in the task force report relates to technology and digitization specifically. And this is where all the touchless or contactless initiatives come out, contactless payments and mobile phone check-ins and that sort of thing. Digital keys at accommodations, e-tickets purchases. Well, of course, that was already well developed even before COVID, all the booking engines and so on. So, but there is now a thrust in tourist accommodations to things like automatic faucets, automatic dispensers, and so on, touchless or minimizing, and they've even mentioned touchless garbage bins. So one of just to bring home or support, Heidi, the initial objectives that you started with, 3 areas were noted, or 3 kind of strategic thrust areas. One is for reviving the tourism industry. One is the compliance with health protocols, and you talked about that. The second is specific digitalization and use of technological applications like the contactless. And the third one I was noted is the first one that you had, which is adoption, driving widespread adoption. How do you could take a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can put all the tools there, but you have to be able to get the adoption that you need, and especially so when you're thinking about the Caribbean islands is usually not mass tourism. It's usually small and medium-sized enterprises, and the solutions have to reach those people. Who doing destination or experience type tourism. You have Airbnb type accommodation, tour operators, and so on. And in this specific regard, those are the type of operators that might think, you know, adopting these technological solutions, I can't afford it, or, you know, it's difficult for me. I also had made contact with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, and they have a digital EC currency pilot going on. And this is one of the tools that could possibly be used to reach those types of enterprises. I'll read a little quote I got from a message from Ms. Sybil Welch at the ECCB, who is one of the key persons in that program, in that pilot. The design of the pilot will be able to facilitate visitors accessing a value-based digital cash wallet and using that payment platform for goods and services offered by micro and small businesses that form part of the region's tourism product. So there are fintech type solutions as well that we need to bring into play in reviving the industry. So I think what was provided from the Eastern Caribbean, the OECS Secretariat, gels well with everything that you've said, and I suppose it would, because I'm sure we're all working in the same sort of Caribbean tourism circles. So that's very good to know. So I'll move on now to hear from the Cayman Islands and take a different perspective away from the tourism industry. And let's hear from the perspective of someone who has been a regulator, what are some of the approaches being taken in the Cayman Islands. So I'll introduce now Mr. Ali Farmoy, and he's the former executive director for ICT at the Office of Regulation for Cayman Islands. So Ali, all yours.
Thanks, Nigel. I'll just quickly share my screen and jump straight into it while I'm trying to do that. Let you know that I spent probably 20 years in telecoms, a number of years in financial services with Deloitte and doing technology consulting across the Caribbean.
Are you a little far from your mic? You're not coming so clearly.
Close to it. I'll speak up and get a little closer about that.
Yes, a little better.
And moved into regulation. So my presentation is on what we've done in terms of policy and in terms of technology, where those things come together with tourism in terms of a convergence, if you will. And I think everybody's struggling with the same sort of issues. So real quick, I think we've all gone through this the same pain, so I won't belabor where we all came from, but it's basically different levels of pain that we're trying to navigate and get through country by country, and we're all pretty much in the same. So we went through a number of these phases already. Lockdown, where everything had to stop and we had to get control of the virus, and there were curfews and whatnot put in place. Lifted that a bit to allow local movements, but our borders were still closed, to limited travel and enabling residents to come home, and also enabling technical staff to come in to assist. Are you hearing me okay, Nigel?
I'm just about okay. It could be better. Yeah.
All right, and then eventually getting to where we want to be and where tourism needs to get to, which is a big part of all our economies, which is reopening borders. So under lockdown, we had to deploy new types of technology to implement curfews, to decide who were essential staff, healthcare, police, etc., figuring out what security issues we had as a country and testing. I think everybody struggled with testing. So I'll go through what we did for lockdown because it helped us learn how to deploy some technologies for the next phase and eventually to get to reopening our borders. We basically helped, my agency helped the government deploy something we call curfew time. So we moved from individual emails and requests for exemption to the curfew restrictions to an online system defining what essential staff were. So here's a view of the online form that we did, which led to an automated email that would go out to whoever was requesting an exemption from the curfew restrictions. And that automated email would be signed electronically by the particular government officer who was granting the essential service. The workflow we did was pretty basic, but basically it was paperless. Any documentation we needed in terms of identification and so forth were uploaded online. Emails were sent automatically back and forth to the applicants to keep them advised. Electronic signature was applied at the very end. There was automatic routing to make sure that the right kind of people approved, and there was an audit log for all of this. These are essential pieces of technology that I think the e-government reps were talking about yesterday. The difference is that you didn't have months to build and prepare this kind of system. You had to deploy it quickly and on the fly. Right now, we're in the phase where we have limited travel. We're allowing some travel into the country. We're exploring things like bubble concepts, which I think Heidi mentioned. But no matter what we do, folks have got to go into quarantine and we've got to test. One of the things we did with testing, for example, was we were working with CARFA initially, and then we developed our own capabilities for COVID-19 testing. Basically, we reached out to a supplier in South Korea and sent a private plane to South Korea to pick up, I can't remember, 100,000 test kits or something like that, and brought those back to Cayman. So now we're looking at a variation of these processes for travel time to basically allow travel into and out of the country. It's the same sort of concept, but the thing I want to focus on here is the need for quarantine. We have facilities that we're using here in Cayman for quarantine of travelers who are inbound. Obviously, the borders are closed, the hotels are empty, so we are working with a number of hotel properties to provide quarantine facilities for inbound travelers. In order for us to move to a point where we want to reopen our borders and reopen tourism, we've still got to address quarantine, we've got to address testing, we've got to work with the airlines. So how do we do that? One plan is to basically leverage what we've done thus far. Somebody books with an airline, they get into a hotel facility, a quarantine facility, and we test them. The problems with this is that it's costly. Somebody's got to pay for that facility for 14 days, and we've got to monitor and test within the country. And obviously you lose 14 days of time. So if somebody comes and wants to spend 3 weeks vacation time in your country, they've got to spend 2 weeks of that in quarantine. Not a happy way to spend a vacation. But what if we could take that test, and instead of doing it after they get off the plane, we did it before they actually got on the plane? So we're exploring some technologies and partnerships with airlines that would enable us to test travelers before they actually board the aircraft. The challenges, of course, are integrating with all the various airlines because they have their own systems and standardizing on the healthcare protocols. So we're working with a number of agencies, including Oxford Health Institute, and a number of providers who can do the testing and monitor the travelers while they're in their originating country, and do a final test before they board the aircraft so that we know they're clear before they arrive in country. That way they can spend all of their time vacationing as opposed to spending time in a quarantine facility. So basically all I'm saying is that what we've learned from our curfew and the experiences that we're doing right now, we're hoping to lead to a position where we can deploy those technologies and those lessons so that we can open our borders, but open them safely. And that was my update. I just wanted to leave the floor open to any questions going forward. Back to you, Nigel.
Thank you, Ali. It's quite interesting, actually, the number of things that you've done and tried. Actually, the online form that you get a response back with a letter kind of thing. I think I saw something being done like that in, I believe it was Dubai or some of those Middle Eastern or Asian countries where they had an automated system for managing the number of people. Yes, I think it was Dubai, somewhere in UAE anyway, where I saw that happening. Let me see then. So our Q&A, I go to our Q&A. Has Cayman looked at bracelets or tracking devices to allow for better monitoring of persons in self-quarantine?
Yeah, we had a company that was in our special economic zone who was trialing a technology here using something akin to a Fitbit bracelet that which allowed geofencing and tracking of the individual, monitors heart rate and oxygen saturation. We're also looking at something called a bio button. There's a trial going on right now with the chief medical officer who's looking at how this bio button would be able to monitor the health of the individual. We have issues with all those technologies because of the data privacy law, which is our version of GDPR, and making sure that the data that we capture on the individual is kept confidential, or as confidential as it needs to be. So those trials are ongoing.
Right. And actually, as you mentioned, the data privacy laws, it was said in the previous panel that Cayman had recently, enacted some data protection laws that were fairly well aligned to GDPR. You want to say anything about that?
Yeah, part of my team, my former general counsel, actually helped with the drafting of the data protection law here, and it was modeled after GDPR. And we worked with so when our licensee asked for an experimental license for this bracelet, I pointed them in the direction of the Data Protection Law Office, the Office of the Ombudsman, because the concept is that if you were going to deploy that technology, whether it was here in Cayman or as part of a regional or international platform, it would have to be data protection law and therefore GDPR compliant. So yeah, very, very familiar with it, and we're looking for the alignment, or whatever the legal term is, to have our data protection law be recognized as by the EU as GDPR compliant. Okay,
thank you. Maybe I'll ask back to Heidi. Heidi, I know, well, we here in Trinidad, our borders are still closed, so tourist arrivals is not something that we are having right now. But can you say anything about what plans we might have in place for the time when it opens again? Do we have any technologically related measures that we would likely bring into force?
Sure. So, I mean, I will say, in terms of, I have been part of some working groups that have been looking at whether it's the protocols or just the procedures for the reopening of the borders. And it's important to note that, you know, there's both the airport and also the seaport, right? In terms of for cruise and that sort of thing, whenever it eventually comes. And there are a lot of solutions. I think those decisions will be driven primarily by health as well as by national security. So, you know, the extent to which one particular solution has been chosen, I wouldn't be able to speak to, but I know absolutely, just like Ali is sharing, there's a wealth of solutions out there. But I think the questions that every destination, including ours, is facing is, again, who is paying for it, and where, and aside from the data protection and how the data is collected, stored, analyzed, shared, and acted upon, because it's one thing to collect data, but it's another thing to make it actionable, to know what to do with it, to have the right protocols and resources in place to be able to treat with it. And I really emphasize the human aspect, or go back to the human aspect of that, because it's not, it can't just be a one ministry, one provider, you know, or one solution. It really has to take this kind of multi-layered, and I'd even use the word nuanced approach in terms of how those protocols are put in place. Because, you know, the other aspect of tourism that I think we need to be thinking about whenever borders reopen is, so at least in Trinidad, over 40% of our visitors historically come from the US, right? Both in terms of persons coming in, as well as whenever people are leaving Trinidad, over 40% go to the US. And I think whenever you look at, because most of us would just be, you know, whether watching news or keeping track of trends that are up there, you have to think about the consumer behavior. And even if the destinations come up with solutions like bracelets or like apps, you have to think about the consumer behavior. Whenever they come to our destination, how are they going to behave here? You know, in terms of going back to, again, that watchword of adoption, but how are visitors who are from the leisure side, and it is important that we think of tourism not just as leisure tourists, right? But tourists also include education, medical, business. There's a whole breadth of tourism that is not just leisure. But whenever you think about the leisure market, and you think about persons coming to get away and rest and relax, you know, how is their behavior going to be in the destination? And I think that aspect of the human behavior, above and beyond saying, okay, we got the protocols, I got the solution, I got the bracelets that everybody has to put on, but you have to think about what are the strategies and that communication and the things that we are doing as a destination to still create the right experience, but to do it in a very safe manner. And though that's kind of the balance and approach that we have to take at this point in time.
Thank you. We do have a little time, so what I'll do, I'll allow the possibility for verbal interventions from our audience. So my colleagues who are backing me up, please keep an eye on, we'll allow people to raise hand, and keep an eye to bring to my attention anyone who might be doing so. In the meantime, I'll come back to Ali. Ali, Cayman's borders are open, I believe. If so, what measures are you all actually having in place right now to control the COVID-19 risk for visitors and travelers in and out of Cayman?
So our borders are not open. We're allowing restricted travel. I'm sorry if you lost my video. I've been playing with a brand new webcam, and it doesn't like me very much. So what we're allowing is limited travel. So we allow folks who are employees. There might be kids that need to go back to boarding school or to college. So we're booking those outbound trips on special flights. British Airways, for example, has a twice weekly flight schedule that they have with us. But we have the very restricted travel time process that we're going through to make sure that folks who are outbound have all the requisite arrangements to travel to the country they're going to, whether it's Canada, US, or UK. And then on the inbound side, we put people into quarantine. So if you're a resident or a government employee, your quarantine facility is paid for by the government. If you are a returning resident or an expat who's coming to Cayman because you work here, you have a work permit, or you own property, you have to pay for your own quarantine costs. And we have a number of different hotels. We have Holiday Inn for basic. And if that doesn't suit your needs, if you really want to be here, but you don't like that facility, you can pay for a quarantine facility at the Ritz-Carlton, for example. So we're flexible in that, but you know, to folks like Heidi who are looking at the tourism product, our tourism product is dead, all right? And it's gone. That's 20% of GDP that's gone. And we don't expect cruise tourism to come back before 2021, for example. But we are very cognizant that folks really want to get out of wherever they are and the risks that they're facing in the US and Canada and wherever, and are willing to charter a private plane, for example, to come here. So what we're trying to do is figure out, okay, what's the next step to accommodate that level of guest who wants to come to Cayman? How can we test them before they even get on the plane so that they don't have to be in a quarantine facility when they get here? So the next step is actually properly opening the borders, and we've set October as our time frame to reopen the borders. So we're looking at those technologies. We're looking at bracelets. We're looking at bio buttons. We're looking at workflow. We're looking at working with airlines and what kind of medical testing protocols would we have to put into place so we could be sure that we're doing the right thing.
Okay. I think we have a request from the floor. Ms. Deidre Williams. Deidre, if you can speak, you can go ahead now. Let's see if I can find her.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Good. St. Lucia's done very well in terms of preserving local health. But I wondered whether in the region generally, the tourism authorities are working to persuade tourists that the preservation of local good health is a priority for the tourists as well as for the locals. There have been reported cases where tourists who were allowed to come and stay at a hotel broke boundaries, went outside, and therefore put the local population at risk. Thank you.
Sure, so I can jump in there if you want, Nigel.
Yes, please.
Okay. So the short answer to that is yes, absolutely. In terms of the preservation of the health and safety of the destinations. And I think that's not just the tourism, but you see that even looking at the issue of border reopenings, you know, you'll see that deep desire inside of every citizen, but certainly the leaders at health, national security, and tourism in this regards, is that there is that desire to educate as well as to encourage and in some cases enforce those boundaries and that sort of thing. But this goes back to the whole training and adoption, right? In terms of even how employees within the sector and local citizens know how to respond whenever they see risks, whenever they see, whenever they encounter different things. They have to know what are the protocols and the steps that we take to ensure that that our destinations remain protected. And I think one of the things that is helping in terms of while during this time, while the borders are closed for those of us that still have to close borders, is whenever we look at the staycation opportunities and the domestic tourism, it is providing a lot of that sensitization and behavioral patterns, first within the destination, And then because if you had everyone within the destination being very lackadaisical and not following protocols, not wearing masks, if they go to a place, they refuse to give their information. If you have everybody in the destination behaving badly, then of course, whenever people come, they're going to behave badly as well. But whenever you first build the right behaviors and responsibilities here at home, and then you can encourage and enforce those and kind of build those whenever the visitors come in, then that's a big portion of kind of that issue of adoption and following of the protocols. And then I think to the wider issue, kind of the next phase that you're speaking to, which is how do we enforce and so forth. But I think it begins with managing and setting the expectation before the visitors even arrive. You know, so I've seen a lot of things from other destinations, Barbados, I think Bahamas and Jamaica have all done really well in putting out a lot of, whether it's videos, whether it's kind of social media friendly. It's not just like pamphlets or those types of things, but very easy to read and access. This is what you can expect when you get to the airport. This is what you should expect whenever you arrive at the hotel, and managing those expectations from early. And I think the more across the region that we harmonize what some of those expectations are, and I think, you know, that is taking place. That helps to kind of solve a problem before it becomes a problem. Because again, if the visitor is coming down expecting to just behave a little wildly and not wear masks, break different protocols, that's a much bigger issue, that has to take place. But I do remember. And this is, and then I'll stop Nigel after this one little piece. But I remember reading early on, this may have been back in like the May-June timeframe. So Hawaii had put in place some of these quarantine things, and they would have kind of a hotline if a guest stepped outside of the hotel or was seen on the beach, even posting social media. They had kind of a hotline set up where those guests could be reported. And then they actually had in place, fines or different penalties that would have been enacted to people that kind of broke those. So those are things that as individual destinations, but even as a region, that we do have to consider, that are being considered, and will continue to evolve.
Thank you. I don't know if you have any comment on that issue about tourists behaving badly, Ali?
Send them back.
Sorry?
Send them back.
Oh, send them back. Okay. I don't have new questions. I don't think I see anyone else asking for the floor. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably seek to wind up. We talked about the impact on tourism and possible steps for reviving it in a region where, for many of our countries, tourism is either the largest contributor to GDP or might be the largest contributor to employment, and in some cases both for some Caribbean territories. We've been made aware of the huge impact on tourism by COVID, and we've heard a lot about possible technological solutions to it. In many of our territories, people are considering the use of certain tools, whether it's bracelets, cell phones for contact tracing or whatever. And we are aware of the data protection requirements there. But in terms of bringing those solutions to fruition, there are some outstanding issues that we noted, like the cost, who's going to pay, and possibly also some sort of standardization. Maybe we have to work a bit on our systems for standardizing some of these technological solutions, bringing them to market quickly, such that in cases where we need to expedite, we can properly expedite. So I think cost and standardization, we can do what we want, what we can as well to encourage our local entrepreneurs, our local expertise to to be developing some appropriate homegrown solutions. And actually this afternoon in our final panel, we'll be looking at entrepreneurism in terms of post-COVID response. So that might be an occasion where we get some input or some further suggestions. So at this point, I'd say thank you very much to our two featured speakers, Ms. Heidi Alert, Acting CEO of the Tourism Trinidad, and Mr. Ali Famoy from OFREG or giving the perspective of the OFREG in Cayman Islands. Thank you very much. I think we had quite a good, rich discussion, and we look forward to your, well, even further participation in the rest of our CIGF. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Nigel.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, folks, that takes us to our lunch. We are a little early today, but it's the third day, so I think you probably would have earned it, those of us who are working or who have been present all through the days. We will resume after lunch at 1:30, and there's we'll have a panel on education. Actually, let me get the proper name of my panel. But it'll be looking at things like education and entrepreneurship in terms of post-COVID response. So 1:30, we look forward to seeing you back here. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch. Education, media, and innovation, that's what it's called. Okay, thank you very much. We'll be back here 1:30. Yes, good afternoon, folks, and welcome back to, well, we're in the home stretch of our 16th Caribbean Internet Governance Forum now. We are moving now into the final, well, long session, just our final afternoon to go. One more panel, and then we'll take your comments and we'll wind up. Actually, just before we take your comments, I'll review the feedback received to date from the Caribbean Internet Governance Framework, and then we'll take your comments and wind up. Having said that, let me remind you again, please, to check the link in the chat. Remember to review the document which has the discussion, at least amendments following our discussions yesterday afternoon at the workshop session. You have the opportunity to put any additional comments. What has been done overnight was to try to make changes appropriate to the comments that were received. And we ask you to go take a look at it and see if you judge that you agree with what's there. And feel free to put any additional comments that you might want to. We'll review this after this particular panel and before we end today. So yes, I'm Nigel Casimir again, just getting the afternoon session off and running. Our session this afternoon is on education, media, and innovation. And we're looking at internet governance and local digital content and internet entrepreneurism or entrepreneurship. Might be another noun that is appropriate there. I am happy to pass over the moderation for this afternoon to Mr. Bevel Wooding. He is the Caribbean liaison for ARIN, the American Registry for Internet Numbers, and Bevel is a frequent collaborator with the CTU, and he would take us through this panel. So, Bevel, it's all yours.
Thanks, Nigel, and good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists. This session will be looking at the issue of education, media, and innovation. And I've asked the panelists, and they've all agreed to share perspectives as it relates to their line of sight into the subject. And we have three very excellent panelists with us. We have Mr. Hector Fire, Head of Policy Programs and Government Outreach Latin America and for Facebook. We have Mr. Bennett Thomas, the Director of Telecommunications and Technology with the Government of Dominica. And we have Ms. Franca Phillip, a media consultant, journalist par excellence, and a small business entrepreneur herself and an innovator. And these panelists are going to share their perspectives on this subject. But I wanted to set a bit of context before we got into it, because I think all of the sessions so far in this year's Caribbean Internet Governance Forum have made it clear that the COVID-19 pandemic is really shaping in an unprecedented way the nature of the use of technology across the region. All of the strategies around how we open back sectors, economies, borders have some technology and internet-related component attached to it. And our theme for this year's CIGF, Accelerating Digital Transformation, Internet Governance Matters, could not be more relevant to the subject being tackled by this afternoon's panel. The issues of education and the role of the media have been at the center of most of the discussions around how we respond and what are the priority areas as it relates to how we come out on the other side of the transformations that are taking place as a result of this pandemic. The education sector and the media are just two sectors that have all had to rely more heavily on digital services. Schools have had to grapple with very real issues of access, affordability, devices, modes of information delivery as it relates to the new social distancing and public health requirements. And they have also had to understand and deploy very quickly new modalities in terms of not just remote school, but remote work. And the media sector is no different. Earlier today, we heard about the issues surrounding Caribbean cloud services. In the last session, we heard about the transformations taking place in the tourism sector. And so for this session, we'll turn our attention to education, media, and innovation, because the technology component of the transformation process and the internet governance component have perhaps arguably never been more important, and the need for more effective local internet governance never more urgent. And I want to start off, each of the panelists have been asked to restrict their initial presentations to about 15 minutes. I want to start off with our colleague from Facebook, because we can all see that the reliance on technology is bringing a whole new wave of innovation, not just internationally, but right here in the Caribbean. And we want to get a sense of how that is being seen through the eyes of one of the world's largest social media platforms, and what they're seeing globally, and if possible as well, sharing what they're seeing regionally. I'm not seeing Hector though online. So while we see if we can locate him, is he on?
I'm not sure. His colleague Eliana Perez is on. I can allow her to talk.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Eliana, I don't know if you can give us an update on maybe where Hector is.
Yeah, let me message him. I'll be back with you in just 1 minute. Okay.
Okay, great.
All right. Okay.
But we do have Bennett Thomas. I actually wanted to get that global perspective and then swing into the Caribbean perspective. But Bennett, if you're ready and available, I think you can also give a sense of what is happening, not just through Dominica, but what you're seeing as well in the Eastern Caribbean. Bennett, are you on and available and ready to go?
Okay, yeah, I'm there.
All right. Nice to see you, sir.
All right. Well, I said before, but I once again say thanks for the opportunity, and obviously, as I said on many occasions, when I'm in the presence of you and other stalwarts, I feel good. So I'm glad to be here. Okay, so what I spoke to Gary and the rest about is, I believe my presentation is going to be focused on what the World Bank is doing in the 4 islands. And I think that has a very significant impact on what we are going to do in the region if we're talking about digital transformation. In fact, the program that the World Bank has is entitled the Caribbean Digital Transformation Project. And in there, there are a number of components, and critically, as we go through this whole process of education, as you see, your topic is education and the media, we need to ensure that we have a new way of educating our people. And that has to begin from even kindergarten, because we're in a totally new environment. The COVID environment has shown us that there are some lessons to be learned. And everybody now is moving rapidly towards the online services, and everything is now online. Students are now forced to grapple with how to deal with online services. How do I do my work? Even in the program that we have on the digital project we have locally, there is an education hub that we put for students so they can interact with their teachers and so. And all COVID has done is to expand that further and more like a steroid. So the digital transformation, the digital transformation project by the World Bank is an initiative to transform the economies of those 4 islands digitally. And the understanding is once they have finalized and fine-tuned that process within those 4 islands, Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and Grenada, I believe St. Kitts also, no, those 4, then it will be morphed to the other island of the Caribbean. So what I'm going to do here for the time being is to give you just a synopsis of what they are doing on that project, the different components of the project, and you will see that even as we move into that whole digital space, our curriculum may have to change. Certain subject matters that we never at all did. Because of the new environment, we have to now begin to teach that to our students. So let me just go quickly into this. I think it's this one. Yeah, so yeah, I'm Bennett. Can you see that, Don Bevan? Can you see it? Can you guys see that?
Yes, we're seeing it.
Okay. So let's take a quick look at the digital transformation project. According to the synopsis here, it is to improve the enabling environment that can help unlock potential digital dividends and the need to support investment in skills and entrepreneurship development at the regional level. The Caribbean region shares standards in education and training, such as through the Caribbean Examinations Council and the Caribbean Vocational Qualifications, and also has entrepreneurship support programs at the regional level. Building on that regional approach will be beneficial to supporting digital skills development and entrepreneurship support programs, and it will help provide the requisite skill for such programs to be sustainable in the long run. So let me just take a quick look at some of the components. There are 4 major components, I believe. And the first one is called the digital ecosystem. That encompasses some subcomponents, and one of them is telecommunications. And under telecommunications, we are looking at a legal and regulatory environment, institutions, and capacity. And the way the program is set up, there are regional components and there are national components. This telecommunications is a regional component, and the agency responsible for that is ECTEL, the Eastern Caribbean Telecommunications Authority. So all the legal and regulatory framework to support telecommunication activities in that ecosystem will be managed by ECTEL. And you and I know that it is very, very critical that we have, if we are going to be competitive, if we are going to have a proper system in place even for our entire digital thrust, then the telecommunications infrastructure, the legal and regulatory environment has to be suited for us to do so. And under that component, they say it is supposed to support for improvement in the legal and regulatory environment governing telecommunications and electronic communication service delivery. Now, interestingly, in Dominica, and in fact in the same ECTEL member countries, we had a harmonized legislation that we call the Telecommunications Act. So each of those countries, and I can clearly recall, Donny de Freitas, and Donny was the one who spearheaded this, and may his soul rest in peace. Donny spearheaded this whole process when we were seeking to develop a regulatory framework in the 4 island states, and those, we had to harmonize them through the parliaments of the various countries. And that we call it the Telecommunications Act. That was in 2000. As we speak, we are now 20 years later, we are going to repeal the Telecommunications Act in those 4 countries. So ECTEL has submitted to us what we know, because of the emerging technologies and the way that the world is moving now from the whole technological framework, we are moving from a telecommunications framework to an electronic communications framework. And therefore the necessary legislation as we speak has already been not enacted, but they have drafted them. And hopefully by the end of September, the target is for the end of September to have those legislation enacted in the respective parliaments of those 4 countries. That is critical to ensure that we have the necessary framework to do business in the region. Now, you'll notice they said that we have to review and implement, support, and prepare, adopt the Eastern Caribbean Electronic Communications Bill. You call it the EC Bill. And that is being done as we speak. We have establishment of a quality of service monitoring and enforcement methodology. We have to ensure that the service providers, when we say we have laws, that we can enforce those laws. Then there's another one called Digital Financial Services, another component of that whole project. And it looks at the legal and regulatory environment, institutions and capacity. And the lead agency for that is the ECCB, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. All of us are aware by now that the ECCB has taken the lead role in trying to have cryptocurrencies and digital money and that kind of thing. And as you see here, the project will include support to improve the policy, legal and regulatory frameworks around payment systems and the digital financial services to improve the ability of citizens and businesses in the ECCU member states to pay for goods and services online. And that is where, again, that is very critical in the whole issue of entrepreneurship in the region. We should be able to easily make payments online, and the ECCB is the key regional entity in charge of this. And just to run through here, they need to upgrade their regulatory framework to clarify the legal status of e-money issuance in the Eastern Caribbean region, and to support licensing, oversight, and sanctioning framework. In addition, support to harmonize national legal frameworks pertaining to licensing and requirements for non-bank payment service providers. Okay, and I can send the document later. The other major component of the project is cybersecurity, data protection, and privacy. And the lead agency for that in the region is Impacts. And that is the security arm of the OECS. Now, we cannot overemphasize the importance of cybersecurity and data protection when we are doing services online. If we are going to move out, and even this is one of the things, when I spoke earlier about, when you spoke about education, it is critical that we begin to look at the syllabus and make cybersecurity, data protection as critical aspect of our education system if we are going to move into a digital space. And all of us are fully aware of the impact of cybersecurity and the hackers and so forth. So we need to begin to teach our people, and we start from the primary school, the whole issue of cybersecurity, data protection. Otherwise, we will be there doing work and we'll be in serious problems accordingly. And it says here, review of national and regional cybersecurity and cybercrime policy, legislation and regulation, and institutional structures with the implementation and support for recommendations at national and regional level. One of the things that we are discussing in this program is that every island in this program, Dominica, St. Vincent and Grenada, should establish a national CERT or CCERT. And that is critical if we are going to manage that whole process going forward. So we need to have national certs, whereas impacts will deal with regional policies and legislation and so forth. And that is very critical. We need to, one of the problems we have found out is that it should be a spoke and wheel format so that the regional agency does not duplicate efforts on the national level. Another thing is the issue of the economy of scale. We find out, for example, why would Dominica, for example, should end up building a CERT, which can be costly. Antigua does a CERT, St. Lucia does a CERT, Barbados does a CERT, etc. When we can come together and say, okay, what are the common regional efforts that can be done at a regional level, which will allow impact to do, and for reactive actions that are happening on the ground, then you can have a mini CERT in the respective islands to do reactive work, whereas impacts would do proactive and other legislative issues dealing with cybersecurity. So that are some of the models that we are looking at. There's the issue of the digital infrastructure of platforms and services, and that is where we begin to ensure that we have the necessary infrastructure to facilitate on the online platforms that are required. There's also a GIS platform for their standards for geospatial information through implementation of a regional diagnostic and action plan, prioritizing and financing key actions, and formulation of national action plans for implementation of regional standards. Critically is the issue of digital skills and entrepreneurship. There has been a big debate going on as to what do we define, how do we define digital skills. And once we have a proper definition of digital skills, then we should be able to know how to develop our people. And that component here is to finance the development of a cadre of advanced digital skills professionals within the region to drive digital industry development and innovation, including attracting foreign direct investment, filling advanced digital skills gaps faced by industries within the region, and facilitating remote working opportunities for individuals with global firms and clients while residing within the Eastern Caribbean region. And that is very important, because what we found out is many times we bring in a lot of experts from outside when we can have persons trained in the region. And we have people already in the region that can do that work, but we can also facilitate remote working by individuals who are in the diaspora, for example, or we can use the big firms out there, the Fortune 500 firms, and they can use and facilitate work in the region. And we have the development of an advanced digital skills job program, providing access to globally recognized training and certification programs in demand for global industry, and support for soft skills, coaching, marketing, and placement with regional and global firms. And the issue of digital entrepreneurship support. This will develop a holistic regional digital entrepreneurship strategy for the Eastern Caribbean countries that outlines the role of government and the private sector and includes analysis of local supply and global sectoral demand, as well as promising practices from small island developing states. And I chose to look at what do we call, I just quickly run through this here. I found the definition for digital skills, and it says the ability to find, evaluate, utilize, share, and create content using information and communication technologies and the internet. So that is where, if we use that definition, we need to develop our people from school to be able to develop content. Too many times with what we do in the region, we are more consumers than producers of content. And we have sufficient expertise and capacities in the region to be able to develop applications and so forth. And developing, there are too many issues, too many problems in the region. I teach a class in ICT and I tell the students, find what your problems are and develop applications to solve it. And we can do that, but we tend to like to decide, okay, we'll wait for somebody to do something for us when we have the skill. Or if we do not have the skills, the education system is failing us. So we need to ensure that the school system, our tertiary institution, UE and all the other academic institutions in the region, revisit their syllabus to ensure that we have the necessary courses and subject matters to facilitate a digital transformation in the economies of our country. And at this point, I'll stop here and maybe entertain some questions going forward.
No, what we'll do is we'll have the questions at the end of the 3 presentations because we want to pull together the picture. And I really appreciate the depth of activity taking place in the OECS because it mirrors very much what I understand is happening in countries across the region. So that gives us a really good sense of the kinds of considerations that that the governments have to be wrestling with, and the realities of constraints of resource, but also the promise that the region still has the capacity and the potential and the intellect to navigate these things if we get the equation right. So I want to turn next to Hector. Hector, are you ready? Can you get your camera back on for us? Great. This is Hector Fire from Facebook, and Hector is going to carry us through some of the observations Facebook has been making and share some perspectives as well on what they're seeing in the space. So over to you, Hector. Welcome. Unmute.
Great. Thank you, Bevel. Thank you, Bennett, for such a great presentation on the importance of digital skills, an agenda that we share on the importance at Facebook. So I'm going to share with you a presentation that I prepared specifically for this meeting. Can you see my screen? So,
not yet. Not yet. Let's make sure the team gives you the rights to share.
Yeah, just check that he has the rights. Okay, right. Yeah.
There we go. It's on now, Hector. Over to you.
Perfect. Thank you. So my name is Hector Falla. I live in Mexico City with my wife and my 3 kids. I'm very honored to have been invited to such an important forum and to have a conversation with the leaders that are defining the vision that will take the Caribbean to the next level. My job at Facebook is to undertake initiatives that support the economic, social, and cultural development of Latin America and the Caribbean. And in other words, I work every day to bring technology closer to people. And this is one of the reasons why I feel so fortunate to see how digital technology and digital skills are helping millions of small businesses around the world to evolve in an era of unprecedented change, complexity, and competition. Why discussing entrepreneurship is important? Because SMEs represent more than 99.5% of companies in the Latin American and the Caribbean region. Is such an important source of employment, of gross domestic product, but also of well-being of our people. So let me share with you one of those stories that fueled my work and inspired me because of how it uses technology to improve people's lives. SMBs are at the heartbeat of our communities, and this is Sausa. Saura found in the production of organic foods the ideal opportunity to generate positive impact for the community to help local producers and to offer organic and healthy food to its customers. Terra Verde is the result of Saura's constant search to generate an awareness of healthy eating. And with this in mind, she sought out small local organic growers and started a business with more than 40 products. Her idea was to start her initiative only through Facebook and Instagram, and she found in Terra Verde the way to turn her passion into her profession. In her words, if you want to undertake a business, spend time seeking what you really are passionate about, because doing what makes us happy is what brings out the best of ourselves and where we generate the value of our society. Of course, this doesn't happen in a vacuum. You need digital skills to take advantage of what the digital world and the digital economy can provide to you. So my agenda for today is that I will share with you some highlights of the Global State of Small and Medium Businesses report, which is a study that raises SMBs' voices as well as maps how their situation is changing. Also, I will also talk to you about the efforts we're making to provide resources to the millions of businesses that use our platform so they keep doing what they do to generate value within their communities and weather the storm we're facing. In partnership with the World Bank and the OECD, we have developed a global survey in order to better diagnose the economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic on SMBs and provide decision makers with updated information on the evolution of the economic reactivation. Over the next months, SMBs in more than 50 countries and regions are being surveyed monthly regarding business operations in the context of COVID-19. This report will be delivered in 6 waves to capture the impacts of the pandemic on the challenges of SMBs, as well as adjustments being implemented by these in response to the crisis. So this report presents findings from the second survey carried out from June 24th to June 30th and captures the views of more than 25,000 business owners, managers, and employees in over 50 countries. During this period, governments around the globe have begun to loosen lockdown restrictions, and SMBs have begun to resume their operations, although in a limited manner. So let's go to the findings. Compared with the wave one data from the end of May, we see that SMBs are reopening and that closure rates are lowering. Nevertheless, more than a quarter of SMBs remain closed in our regions. By June, 27% of SMBs in Latin America and the Caribbean and 31% of SMBs in the sub-Saharan Africa remain closed. Staying at home is, of course, a safer option, which puts SMBs in a difficult trade-off. The proportion of SMBs that reported a year-on-year fall in sales remain significant. And we can see in this figure that it has not significantly changed from the first to the second wave in our region. This figure shows an 11 percentage point recovery in a year-on-year sales between the 2 periods from the regions of Middle East and North Africa and for North America. Aggregate data shows that the tourism sector is one of the hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. All sectors have experienced a decline in sales in more than 50% without a significant recovery from wave 1 to wave 2. We can also see that sales reduction for the information and communication sector has been the least impacted and shows as a slightly recovery. We still see that SMBs across all sectors are having difficulties retaining employees, of course, and this is one of the hardest things in the context of the pandemic. We can see the situation improving for tourism and construction sectors. And again, the information and communication sector, along with the services sector, is the least affected by the pandemic. Yet, 25% of SMBs of these sectors still report reductions in headcount. which is really harmful for our countries. So the main challenges for SMBs that SMBs are facing globally are lack of demand and of goods and services and low cash flow. For Latin America, the main challenge is a sustained lack of demand of goods and services, while, for example, in the sub-Saharan Africa region, low cash flow is referenced as the main challenge for SMBs. Here you can see that for example, in the case of Ghana, to see specific country level insights, you'll see that 66% of female-led SMBs on Facebook are operational or engaging in any revenue generating activities. This is important because we see that SMBs that are digitalized, that are already working in the digital environment, have been demonstrating a higher capacity to deal with the challenges of COVID-19. You can see here that 52% of operational SMBs on Facebook report that more than a quarter of their sales were made digitally in the past month, which is really interesting. Now in Kenya, what's happening in Kenya? Kenya is one of the countries that has been hardest hit. You can see that 75% of operational SMBs on Facebook report that their sales this year are lower than the last year. However, almost half of them say that when they are on Facebook, they are reporting that more than a quarter of their sales are being made digitally. What's happening in Nigeria? In Nigeria, we see that SMBs are much more optimistic than SMBs, for example, in Latin America or the rest of the African continent. 73% of operational SMBs on Facebook feel optimistic about the future of their business. What's happening in the rest of Africa? We see that 69% of female-led SMBs on Facebook are operational or engaging in any revenue generating activities, which tell us that those SMBs that took the advantages of working online have resisted with much more strength the impact of the pandemic. So this crisis has unfolded very rapidly, and in this unprecedented time in Facebook, we are moving as quickly as we can to help keeping enterprises connected with their communities and to help online businesses to learn digital skills and harness the potential of the digital economy. At Facebook, we believe that the Caribbean can benefit from technology and communication to face present and future challenges. As a mitigation response to the economic and social impact derived from social distancing, we have migrated at Facebook the trainings that we used to do in person, like the one that we did in Trinidad and Tobago last year. And through specialized programs, we help SMBs to acquire the necessary digital skills to harness the benefits of the current e-commerce expansion. In our region, the share of female-led SMBs is very high. She Means Business is an initiative to support, as Facebook's long-term commitment, female-owned businesses, from how to start a female-owned business through digital skills trainings to how to sustain the business through financial education. Every day across Latin America and the Caribbean, female entrepreneurs are making history. With this event, Ella Hace Historia, or She Means Business, we hope to help them build a more prosperous and inclusive region. And this is why next September 3rd and 4th, in collaboration with Cisneros Group, our authorized sales partner in Latin America and the Caribbean, Facebook will be having a She Means Business digital event in the Caribbean to celebrate female entrepreneurship in the region. This will be live, and anyone from the Caribbean will be able to join and have these resources. Also, we will be having Impulsa con Facebook events. Impulsa con Facebook are events that we provide digital skills through digital education, and we will be hosting training sessions in Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and Dominican Republic. We want to enable entrepreneurs to leverage our platform to leap forward and reap the benefits of a digital economy and society in their everyday lives. So this is why we're invested in programs like Boost with Facebook. We're committed to supporting businesses facing new challenges stemming from COVID-19 pandemic. So in this website that any one of you can access, any entrepreneur in the Caribbean can access, you will find tips, trainings, and tools to help businesses stay active and connected with customers, especially during the crisis. And last, least but not important, I want to close my participation with a quote that I love from Nelson Mandela. He said that courage is not the absence of fear, it's inspiring others to move beyond it. And in these unprecedented times, I know that many SMBs are dealing with very difficult times. And I know that fear can sometimes immobilize many people. But if we inspire others to move beyond fear, we'll be doing a lot to improve the well-being of our people in Latin America and the Caribbean. That's all on my side. I thank I thank very much this great institution for this amazing opportunity to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. That was excellent. And the information very useful to shaping perspectives on how it relates to and applies to the Caribbean context. I'm sure as we proceed in this panel, there'll be some more questions coming at you. So stay connected, and let's see if we can inspire others to move beyond the nature of these times into a place of hope. One of the sectors that actually plays a big part in determining the psychology of how people respond to times of crisis would be the media. And I want to invite Franca to come on screen and share with us some of her perspectives on what's been happening inside of the media industry, not just in terms of the technology and implications of the pandemic and all of the swirling technological requirements that have come upon journalists and media practitioners. But I also want to get some of your insight into what do you see as a way forward, some of the trends or some of the perspectives that will shape the media sector of the near future as a result of these transitions that we're inside of right now. So over to you, Franco.
Hello, Bevan. Thank you for Bevel. Sorry, thank you for inviting me. Don't mind that is last minute. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I have to tell you, I'm a bit allergic to them. But I'm going to try to, within the short time that I had, I'm going to try to pull together a view of how the pandemic has affected the way that our news organizations have operated, and the way that they have responded, and some possibilities for the future. So first of all, let me just shout out all the media personnel working in the region. We have had an unprecedented time. Those of us particularly, or those who are particularly working in newsrooms, have had it extremely difficult, mainly because a lot of people have found that it's so much information and it's so much to do that newsrooms have at times seemed to be a little overwhelmed. And this is not unique to the Caribbean. I've heard this from my former colleagues in the United Kingdom. I've also heard it from my friends who are in the media in the United States. So first of all, let's just say that journalists are a subset of the society. And where you in society, you will have some people who are very media savvy, very quick to catch on, very quick to embrace technology. You'll also have those who are not as savvy, and who probably at the time felt, well, okay, this is just an adjunct to my job. I don't need to be on Twitter. I don't need to be on Instagram. It's just wasting my time, or I just don't need to use it for my job. Well, let's just say that journalists and reporters are now forced to embrace that element of technology. Social media has become very critical in the way that reporting is taking place. So that's number one. Number two, because of the COVID restrictions, many people have started to work from home. And what most of our media organizations have done, they have provided the tools for journalists to do so. So for example, I know for at least 2 newsrooms that it is possible to do your story at home and actually publish it online from your home. Of course, based with some editorial oversight, but that is very possible now. One newsroom that I spoke to said that this technology had been in play for about 2 years, and I know that is true because I used to work at that newsroom. But now with COVID and everybody having to stay home, having to do interviews on the phone and probably via Zoom, this is the way that they've been moving. So it's forced everybody now to embrace a certain kind of technology and to become, I guess, less afraid of using this technology, just going brave and going bold. So yes, so there's more remote work. That means there's a heavier reliance on technology. And with that, while it sounds nice to be able to work from home, the playing field, as one editor told me, is not extremely level. Depending on where you live, for example, your internet provider may not be as reliable as you would like. Whereas in the office, if the internet goes down, there's instantly a backup. So you hardly ever suffer from those kind of transmission issues where you're not able to, use the internet. That hardly happens at the office. So this is one thing that it has shown up. It has shown up the inequities in internet service and internet service provision. One of the other things is that in some organizations where telephones have been issued to the reporters, they have been trained to use their phones differently. So for example, reporters are now doing some stand-up pieces. So you will be recording something and you are trained now in how to speak to the camera, how to speak to your phone. So you don't just capture an event. What you do is you actually report it. And this is for all types of journalists, not just broadcast. This is for people who are writing blogs. This is for people who are also generally print journalists. So in that way, it is obvious now that a digital first approach has emerged as the way forward. And by that, I mean, let us explain what that means. In the past, and in the recent past, if you wrote for a newspaper, your focus was getting your story to your editor, and it goes on a page and it goes into the paper the next day. Now, that is not the case. Now, what most people are asking their reporters to do, write a short, concise brief, and once you write a short, concise brief, that can go online, and you can have a tagline saying more to follow, so that you have already captured your audience. That means that, okay, I know that Paper X on their website is doing so and so, and this normally appears on their Facebook pages. I have to also say that Facebook is actually the main outlet where people in Trinidad and Tobago get their news. They get their news mainly on social media, and Facebook is the main one in that discovery. So this is also something that I have found that happened in different parts of the Caribbean. It's happened abroad as well, that people have had to change their style from waiting for the afternoon to do their stories. They've had to embrace digital first. And so they're now really a lot more clued in as to how the impact that their stories will have. So yes, we have, what I've heard from editors is that there's also greater productivity. This happens mainly because there's the elimination of a long commute. If you have to spend 2 hours commuting and it's public transport or however it is, it means that that's 2 hours you could be doing some research, you could be following up on some calls. So that has actually made people a little more productive in one way. It also means that you can manage your time better at home. So for example, one editor said to me that she's glad that she can work at home because with schools being closed, it means that her daughter is able to be at home with her. She doesn't have to worry about babysitters. And I think this is the case throughout. People who have children have been really, glad that they can work at home and monitor their children. And of course, it means that they've had to manage their children because of, depending on the age of their children will know, okay, mommy's working now or daddy's working now. So let's have some time later. So it's also about time and self-management. Another thing that has caused the increase in productivity is the fact that people are now becoming more accountable. And this accountability is because newspapers particularly have set targets on the number of stories that you have to write a day. And you have to provide a PDF in some cases to your supervisor to show how closely you are following or reaching your targets. So I think in the main, what COVID has done is it has sharpened our journalists with regard to the way they work, their workflow, their ability to do more in a shorter time. However, there is a lot more work to do because, of course, this is unprecedented. It's a pandemic, and it means that there's a lot of information coming to them. One of the things that has shown up especially in Trinidad and Tobago, we have these pressers, these press conferences that are held by the Ministry of Health, where the Minister of Health will speak, the Minister of National Security, and sometimes the Prime Minister. They will all be on these press conferences. But what people have been complaining about, what the audiences have been complaining about, is that sometimes the questions are a bit repetitive, or the questions might be quote unquote stupid. I don't believe that there are many stupid questions, but I think what this has done is it has shown up for some people the clear absence of subject area experts in the media. Most people in the media are, I would say, generalists. So while it's easy to pick up and follow politics, for example, or to be a feature writer, or to be a straight news writer, having a scientific background is not something that you would find many people, many journalists come with a very deep scientific background. So it has shown up that in the newsrooms, what has to happen is they need to embrace more subject area experts, probably from the universities, probably from PAHO, from WHO. But it is something that is a challenge, and it has shown up. It's shown deficits in the access to the subject area experts. And sometimes you find that journalists try to figure these things out on their own, and the result has not always been very positive. So the other side to that is that, yes, expert resources do exist, but as one editor said to me, the public health sector has not necessarily had a culture of communicating with the media. So this means that in this time where everything is so condensed, they've had to create a different way of dealing with the media. So you may go to a press conference, you may have a question, you may have a follow-up question that you may not be able to ask at the time. And trying to find the chief medical officer or the head of epidemiology is not proving to be an easy thing, especially because they're involved in their own planning for the pandemic. So it's that when you do get these officials, they are either very busy, they can't share as much time with you as you'd expect. And so you have gaps in the information that's coming out. So it's on both sides that I guess that some of these doctors, some of these public health experts need to develop a better relationship with the media in terms of actually being able to communicate with the media, freeing up some time, and really just being able to share the information more freely. So yes, so what that shows up as well is training, which is a major weakness in our system. I think that throughout the region, training is viewed by many media organizations as an expense, not as an investment. And it shows up now in even the way that some journalists put together their questions. You're finding that they don't quite have the time, or they don't quite appreciate what it takes to really ask that deep, probing scientific question. Maybe it's fear for not being a part of the scientific community, not understanding some of the jargon, but I think that this is something that we definitely need to improve as we go forward. The other thing that I wanted to look at is news consumption. It's a very short point, and it's that online is decidedly the main source and the location for information for the members of the public. Media is enjoyed engaged in, via telephones, mobile phones, and the platform that is in most use is Facebook, closely followed, I think, by Instagram and then Twitter. Now, this presents a different challenge to the news organizations in that one news organization in Trinidad has had to temporarily lay off staff because the advertising that would normally come through display advertising in newspapers has dropped. It has plummeted. If businesses are not open, they're not going to be advertising. And therefore, it means that a pretty solid source of income, don't mind it has been declining in recent years, is now virtually non-existent. And I think what has to happen now is that the sales and marketing teams of these companies have to find ways to really engage advertisers online so that the companies could stay afloat. It's as simple as that. Threats and challenges, I guess that is a threat. The threat is that advertising in the traditional way has gone down. And so we now have to look at ways to whether it's subscription models, whether it's different ways of getting revenue. But I think that is really important in terms of helping the local media go forward with the employment of different people. If you have more money, you could employ more people who may be more qualified to give you what you want. One of the major challenges to media coverage in this time has been misinformation. In the time of a pandemic, you heard so many things. I mean, anybody here could say they've seen the YouTube video talking about Fauci being a creator of Dr. Fauci in the United States, being a creator of the virus, about Bill Gates being involved in the vaccine. All these kind of things come to you. That might be a glaringly obvious, that is one that is a spook video. But there are other things that keep coming on. People keep throwing stuff at you all the time. Social media is a buzz. And I think one of the key elements of journalism is fact-checking. Fact-checking has become ever more important. And this is especially because of the widespread practice of sharing content and sharing material. We've seen in the recent months where people have shared information based on rumors. And sometimes it sounds so good, but what reporters and journalists and editors have to do is continually do the basics, and that is corroborate your sources and fact check. The domination of the COVID coverage on our airwaves by the US, I would say the US organizations like CNN, MSNBC, those kind of organizations remains kind of in one way very helpful, in another way quite, I would say it has been a little skewing for us because a lot of people tend to take the US scenario and try to impose it here. But what we know about this, virus is that depending on where you are, it acts differently. So I think that it has been important. It has to be an important thing going forward for our public health authorities to continue to provide the kind of information we need that will be specific to our country and to our region, and that would be easier to access. Okay, opportunities. What have the opportunities been as a result of COVID? Well, I think journalists all around have opportunities to do new things. For example, let's talk about the bigger picture. All over the world, the information is showing that COVID has given rise to new products. One case in point, podcasts. I have seen many COVID-related podcasts, many podcasts from different, from the New York Times to the Chicago Sun-Times to the UK Guardian. There have been new products, especially podcasts and videos and all these kind of things that are happening online with a view to giving people more specific information about COVID-19. And I read on Pod News yesterday, which is one of the leading podcast newsletters, that in the United States, more people think that the podcasts that are specifically geared towards the COVID-19 coverage have been giving the best information. So that it presents itself here as an opportunity for the Caribbean. Now, I know that we are not especially on the COVID podcast as yet, but I know that it's becoming more and more popular, particularly among the younger segment of the community. I've seen where in newspapers, for example, they've added different pages that speak specifically to COVID issues. Every day there's a question of the day. There's a question and answer by a public health expert or an epidemiologist or somebody else within the health system. There is a lot of effort on trying to run a campaign, for example, by Guardian Media, a campaign to wear your mask. That is something that has become prominent for them. And I think that over at the Newsday, a lot more emphasis online for stories that are related to COVID-19 and what to do. That has been very, very prominent on those two media, and also with the Trinidad Express, which is the other leading daily paper here. One of the things that we have done at Trinidad Media is that we recognize that there is a need for probably a deeper understanding of what's going on behind the scenes with COVID. And we started a program that ran for about 10 to 12 weeks called Over the Hump, where we went behind the scenes of different sectors to see how they were affected by COVID-19. So what we did, we started off with food and agriculture because we heard people expressing doubts about the supply chain, about whether we'd be able to keep up with food supplies, what happens if the supply gets disrupted abroad, et cetera, et cetera. We had the Minister of Agriculture on, we had several people from within the agriculture sector. And it is very, very clear to us in Trinidad and Tobago that that is one sector that has not failed. In fact, farming and agriculture has been boosted, I think, by COVID. If you look at the proliferation of farmers markets, the proliferation of people growing their own stuff in their backyards, food has not stopped. What may have happened, however, which I think is interesting, but it's not critical, is that I've spoken to some supply chain people who have said that secondary products, for example, processed stuff. So let's take something like chicken nuggets. You might not get the 10 brands of chicken nugget that you normally get in the supermarket, you would probably get 5. But those things are not crucial to the everyday sustenance of a society. But I think where agriculture is concerned, we were able to capture on Over the Hump how the agriculture sector is coping. We were also able to deal with the issue of carnival. As you know, carnival is one of the pillars of the Trinidad and Tobago economy and culture. And the questions of whether carnival can happen in the way it has, whether we will have a carnival at all, what we can do in the event that there is no carnival. That discussion is ongoing, and I think when we resume Over the Hump, we will be following up with those kind of things. The other product that we created was something that gave people a respite from the COVID coverage. Another element, another aspect, another area that grew in international, I guess, journalism, podcasting, and other areas was comedy. Comedy and music. Those two areas blossomed. And so what we did was, based on our following, based on our friend following as well, we decided to put together a Sunday evening music program that got a lot of reception. We took people's minds off of what was the gloom of that COVID time, gloom of Corona. We call it Just Music. And I think things like that, initiatives like that, have been very successful. Case in point, many DJs, D-Nice, for example, DJ Jazzy Jeff, DJ Natasha Diggs, for example, these American DJs, DJ Private Ryan here, DJ Gonzo, people like that, DJ Puffy from Barbados, they've been really kind of like a lifeline for a lot of people who have been feeling depressed as a result of the COVID. So there are products, there are opportunities, I think, for different people within the media, not just news media, to create elements, to create products dedicated to one, pandemic coverage, and to two, relieving us of the gloom of the pandemics. So next thing now, the future. I think there are new models for old media coming up. And one of those models is to look at repurposing specialized reporting for the online space. Can we use the information that we have as journalists? Can we repurpose them into smaller bites? Can we put them in different places? Can we give people via push media, via things like WhatsApp, Instagram, can we give people more? Yes, we certainly can. But will they pay for it? Will the subscription model work? Time will tell. But I know in the future, as we go forward, one of the things the media has to do, the media has to find ways to definitely gain some revenue on these new models. Thank you. Bevel?
Thank you very, very much, Franca. A lot of the issues that you've raised there in the media sector, I think, can be transposed into some of the other sectors.
Very much so.
To understand what are the economics of this new normal, what are the dynamics. There was a phrase. Can I ask the other panelists to rejoin me by turning on their videos, please? There was a phrase that you used, "people first," which I think is very applicable to this discussion that we're in here now. And one of the questions that we got very early on was, is attention being paid to the need for people skills as well as the technology or technical skills as we pursue these goals? And I thought that's a very, very relevant question that I want to throw to all of the panelists so you can answer it from your various vantage points. The issue of, as we move toward these more technologically enabled modes of work and operation and interaction, and as the social distancing and public health requirements still circulate around us, how important is it for us to also have, as part of, let's call it the support infrastructure, attention being paid to the issue of our people skills, the different protocols that attend these virtual meetings and virtual interactions and virtual work and performance evaluation? Any thoughts from the panelists, from a government standpoint, from a social media platform vantage point, from the media? Don't all rush the microphone.
Okay, I will start. I will start with saying that one of the key elements actually of being a journalist is having people skills. To get information out of people, you have to know how to approach them. You have to know how to deal with them. And I think that, yes, some protocols actually are no longer relevant, given Zoom, given WhatsApp. I mean, you know, there was a point when, oh, why are you sending me a WhatsApp message? I don't know who you are. When really and truly now, sometimes the only way you can reach a subject is via WhatsApp. So I think that a lot of the protocols that we used to have before have indeed changed, but I think it remains essential to do the basics right. And regardless of whether it's now, whether it's next 5 years, next 5 months, the basics of human interaction, the basics of courtesy in reporting, courtesy in seeking out your subjects, I think that definitely remains the same.
Bennett, any thoughts on your end? Because you also raised the issue of a focus on digital skills. And I know we were looking at the education component earlier. How much are you seeing this intersection between new technical skills being required, but also new human-to-human interaction skills being required as we go forward? And how might that impact, for example, public policy as it relates to training programs, a curricular investment in human development?
Okay. It was only earlier this week, our Prime Minister here indicated maybe there is a need to change the curriculum in the schools to facilitate the environment that we are in now. I mean, for example, we have a number of students, everybody in the region, because of the COVID-19, has now the students have COVID-19 fatigue. They are staying home and they say, look, man, they need to interact. I was speaking to a teacher this morning and the teacher was telling me, Bennett, I wanted some computers from you, but I need to get back to my students face to face. And she's looking at both, she has no problem with the online facility, but she thinks there has to be a blended method so that the interpersonal relationship with the students you can get back to that again. Because she told me clearly this morning, that's a few hours ago. She said, Bernard, if a student comes to me and tells me she wants me to sign as a trustee or something for her, I mean, I cannot, because of online, if she might be my friend, but there is no interpersonal relationship with her for me to come up, or him to say, okay, well, I know you, I know your character, I know your thing. I cannot be seeing you behind a screen and come and sign something and tell you, okay, yes, you are up to date and you are up to par to accept a particular job. There is also the issue of what do we need, what do we want for the region? How are we seeing ourselves going forward? I speak to students all the time and I told them, okay, what is it that we want? Do we want to teach Pascal? And then when you go to the workplace, they do Pascal, we don't use Pascal anymore. And then some persons cannot even use the mouse. Some people are afraid of the mouse. So there are some soft skills that we need to teach. There is the more advanced skills. So the question is, from a policy standpoint, what is it that we are seeking to do? We hear it from the Caribbean heads of government and the CARICOM Secretariat. We talk about a single ICT space. But what do we need? What do we need to get this going? I've been hearing about that for years, and there's no implementation. That's nice talk. We spoke about, in a modern world now, you are talking about everything going online. Should we begin to teach cybersecurity as a basic? Should we begin to teach apps development? What is it that do we need nationally, regionally, so that we can train our people to meet the challenge that we are now in? So I agree with you, there has to be some public policy issues, but we need to know where are we destined for? What are we seeking to do? And based on that, we can develop the necessary skill set to facilitate that kind of thing.
Right. No, I think that understanding of where we're going is definitely important. I guess in fora like these, Internet Governance Forum, for example, where we're looking at the implications of some of these considerations on how we frame our approach to use of the internet and guidelines around adoption of the internet in the region, the question that begets is, and who are the we who is framing the where are we going? And that,
I wanted to ask Frank a question though.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
she mentioned something about the journalists being either, most of them are generalists, and whether they might be subject matter experts. For example, I watch MSNBC and I see some of the guys there are trained lawyers, but they are journalistic lawyers. And they are able to articulate issues.
I know who you're speaking about. I think you're speaking about Ari Melba in particular, who is,
correct,
I think, was top of his class at Harvard. So I think the challenge that the media will face now, media owners have to sit down and decide what they want the media to look like. I've always said it. I have to say, when I worked at the BBC, when I was living in the UK, I met so many people with so many specializations. Like, you get people in who are interested, you're able to attract people to the media. And I think in the last probably 10 or 20 years, in maybe the Caribbean as a whole, we haven't really done enough to attract that kind of person. So I remember we had one year, we had an internship with a young doctor. Can I tell you, he was one of the best interns that I ever had, because he had a sense of curiosity and he was able to bring a logical way of thinking to the way that he would handle his stories. And I found that was refreshing. But of course, he went back. He's now a doctor at the Port of Spain General Hospital. So no chance of him going back to journalism. I mean, and plus the pay is not very good. Journalism is not, you're not going to get rich in the Caribbean being a journalist. So I think, that it's media owners now to really look at what they feel the media needs to look like, what kind of journalists they want, what are the products they expect, and really start looking at younger people at university. That's how I became a journalist. And they came to UB. There was a program with CCN Group, which was the Trinidad Express, and I never left journalism. That was back in the 90s. So I think that more needs to be done to attract a more diverse range of people. I wouldn't say smarter, but a more specialized thinker, and we definitely have to start paying them better.
Yeah.
But let me ask you as a follow-up question.
Yes.
if I were to specialize as a let's say a legal journalist in the region, don't you think that my pay, my own air journalism would be very limited, because it's only when a particular legal case comes up I can come on, or otherwise
No,
what happens to?
No, I think an understanding of the law is very important. And I think one of the areas coming up, particularly for, I don't know if in other islands that they're going through the whole cybercrime scenario, those bills that are passing through, also libel, which is something that keeps coming up as a result of people putting things on social media. I think that we need lawyers to be in our corner more than ever, given the ubiquity of social media and the dangers that most people don't recognize lie within.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, Bennett?
But I would love to hear what our Facebook guy has to say about that, particularly.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to frame, I wanted to frame one of the, because there's a question as well, and you'd have seen it, Hector, and I just want to read it out for the audience, and it allows us to tie in some of these issues. One of the online viewers has said, or has indicated, I have a major concern about Facebook's capacity to separate its platform persona from its social media persona, and the apparent inability of the or limited capacity of the general public to understand the differences between these two personas. This is in the context of sharing official information and our dependence on Facebook for news that can be official or unofficial, fake or real. Any comments on this? That was the question I wanted to pose on behalf of one of the participants to Hector.
Yeah, of course. Let me just mention, I just want to spend 20 seconds mentioning that social skills are super important in our opinion. Everyone in this forum wants to have an internet that is free, that is open, that is safe, and that's at the core of Facebook's mission, to give the power to people to build community and bring the world closer together. I think that social skills like assertiveness, like critical thinking, empathy, responsibility, and kindness are essential to be someone to be a digital citizens of the 21st century. We have programs like the Boost with Facebook, like the Shimi's Business, and other digital citizenship programs that emphasize the importance of this type of skills. So if you're going to transform an idea into a product with a technical skill, you'll be able to sell this product and build the trust with your stakeholders, with the interpersonal and the people skills that will make you a living. The difference between the Facebook persona and the company persona. So you can have on Facebook, in Facebook, it's profile based. So you cannot have fake names on Facebook. And if there are, we take them down. And you can have pages which are based on your company. On Instagram is different, because Instagram is not based on the person or the company, but on interests. So there can be profiles of the pet of someone, for example, and that account is being managed by someone else. But at Facebook, we make sure that even your name, the name that you are expressing on your profile, has to be your name. If that doesn't happen, we can suspend your account. Was there other question for me?
The issue of official information and fake news circulating on the platform. And yeah. I want to add one more thing to that, Hector, because it came up in a previous conversation around this topic in the region. And how can the region play a part in helping to determine or assess fake versus real information on the platform?
Okay. So fighting misinformation is a very important problem that we take very seriously. In 2016, we started our third-party fact-checking program with working with the International Fact-Checking Network. And the three things that we do when we find fake news is that first, we remove when content violates Facebook's community standards and ads policies, such as some content that might be considered as hate speech, fake accounts, and terrorist content. We remove it from our platforms. We do this to ensure the safety, authenticity, privacy, and dignity of the people that use our platforms. Second, we reduce. We want to strike a balance between enabling people to have a voice and promoting an authentic environment. When misinformation is identified by our fact-checking partners, we reduce its distribution within newsfeed and other surfaces. And third, we inform. We apply strong warning levels and notifications on fact-check content so people can see what our partners have concluded and decide for themselves what to read, trust, and share. So that's what we're doing, but also we think that users have a lot to do in terms of education and digital skills to help identify these fake news. We as citizens of the 21st century, we must increase, and this is what I was mentioning, the social skills that we need are important also to define, to help have the critical thinking that's necessary to differentiate what's fake news and to help us report it, and a source or a news that comes from a trusted source of information. And also during COVID-19, we have deployed a series of efforts and initiatives to help people get authoritative information. So what does it mean? During COVID-19, we launched the COVID-19 Information Center, which is at the top of your Facebook app. There you will find the latest information and recommendations from the World Health Organization. So we are trying to give people more tools to access to this type of information and try to reduce the effects that fake news or harmful content can have in the offline world.
All right. Any other comments from our panelists?
Yeah, I kind of think that, Hector, I feel that there needs to be a stronger initiative where that is concerned in the Caribbean. And I feel that the fact-checking thing is all well and good, but we've seen globally how long Facebook takes to deal with issues and with accounts that are disruptive. And I feel that in the Caribbean, I don't know if we're kind of immune from it, because I often find that some of the things that Facebook looks to take down are not the really offensive things. And I feel that we need to have some kind of, maybe some kind of regional effort where that kind of fact checking, that kind of hate speech, that kind of everything, that needs to happen specifically for the Caribbean. We just had a general election in Trinidad and Tobago, and so much of the hate speech that was spewed was on Facebook. And there are certain pages that are known for this, and I know people have made complaints, and those pages are still up and still existing. So I feel that, I mean, I know that we often get lumped with Latin America, which is something that I feel that now we could start unlinking ourselves from Latin America. We are the Caribbean. The region needs, I think, specific attention. I think, you know, your head of diversity is from Trinidad. So I think that that's a suggestion. You know, we need to have more, we need to be able to do more where that is concerned.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Franca, for your comments. I'll make sure to work on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that one of the reports that I received, this would have been in the lead up to another Facebook participating webinar earlier, was that sometimes it's difficult when dialect or Creole or local expressions are used for foreign teams to determine if it's offensive or not. And so I think it is actually very, very important that the media mobilizes itself regionally to offer that fact-checking and hate speech detecting service. I'm not sure, and Hector, maybe you can share with us what will the modalities of such an association, whether it's through volunteer or through actual a firm like Trinity Good Media or something like that doing it. But I think it'll be useful to create some level of awareness as to if there were a mobilization of persons who are trusted media professionals and practitioners capable of discerning language within the region that can be considered offensive or hurtful or harmful, that they would have the opportunity to help accelerate the removal of such content from your platform. It plays a really big part in Caribbean communications, as your data would show. In fact, one of the questions we have is, can the data you're collecting on small businesses or other global trends be disaggregated to show the region, the Caribbean region more specifically, or Caribbean countries in particular? That would be extremely helpful. Any response to that question from Ria Yoching? Can the data be deaggregated to show Caribbean profiles and trends? That one's for you, Hector.
Yeah.
How can the data that you're collecting on small businesses be disaggregated to show a region or a country in particular? No, we don't have specific surveys on Caribbean countries. This is one of the reasons that I wanted to show you global trends and some Latin American and African examples.
Okay.
For Franca, I want to tell her that my team is proposing to have a roundtable on content policy. I think that our team will be working with the CTU to have a roundtable on content policy, and we'll make sure to invite you and any member of this forum to participate, to have some input on how to update and enforce in a better way our community standards.
I would welcome that. Thank you.
Yeah, we expect to make progress on that in the next couple of weeks. And the vision of the Caribbean, I think it has permeated a lot at the highest levels of our company. I want to tell you that our head of diversity and inclusion globally at Facebook is Maxine Williams. She's from Trinidad and Tobago. And we have spoken with her. She's very interested in the work that we're doing with you in the Caribbean. She's one of the panelists who will be opening some of our events. So I understand what you're saying. The Caribbean is a region with very specific needs. We've heard from, we hear you on that regard, and we'll make sure that in this roundtable that we'll be hosting with you, the voice of the region is heard on how we can improve and enforce better our community standards.
That's great. That's excellent to hear.
Excellent.
Frank, a question for you. You referred to, when you were speaking about the opportunities, you referred to new models for old media. And but you also made reference to the fact that we're seeing the empowerment of independent journalists. Selby Wilson asked this question. I think it has to do with the economics of how these new media models will actually emerge and be sustained. What is the likely impact on advertising revenues for media houses? The advertising has played such a big part in the funding or financing of the media as we know it. But under the current disruptions, you're seeing, as you said, the dramatic fall off in advertising revenues at the same time that we're making calls for things like better specialization in the field, attracting a new type of voice and a new type of methodology to data collection and fact checking. What do you see as the impact of advertising revenues? And could you elaborate a bit more on the models that you see emerging to sustain the new journalism?
Okay, so thank you for that question, Mr. Wilson. Yes, the traditional methods of advertising, display advertising, for example, where companies would take out their ads in the papers, take out a full page ad, those are really now coming to a really critical point of reduction. And I can say that online revenue has not matched, at least in the Caribbean, has not matched that revenue that was obtained before by traditional advertising. So I think what has to happen, if you look at places, for example, like the New York Times, I know it is probably a chalk and cheese comparison, but it bears studying that the New York Times has been a real miracle in these times. In the last, I think just before Trump came in, we have to say that there's a Trump factor. The coverage of Donald Trump, for example, has created more subscribers. They have more subscribers more than ever before. And I think it's down to their great political reporting. Okay, there's that. However, the New York Times and other such companies have specialized areas that people are willing to pay for exclusively. So for the New York Times, it's the cooking section or the crosswords, which I was shocked to see how much those specific things attract people for subscription. So I think what our media needs to do is really to understand what our unique selling points are. Work from a subscription model. It would not happen now. You wouldn't get the same level of revenue that you're getting now, that you're normally getting from traditional advertising, but I think it's a long-term project. New products, again, podcasts, again, maybe even subscriber events, things that people will be wanting to pay for, not just in Trinidad, but throughout the diaspora. I think that we have to really look at that as some kind of way of getting revenue back. There's also smaller things you can do, like Patreon accounts. Patreon is this facility that enables people to subscribe to you, give what they feel on a monthly basis. There's so many other things that are now coming into play, but because we haven't had to do it for long enough, we don't know the success. So I would say that we have to try, and the first thing that would come with it is developing products that people are willing to pay for.
Right. Very good.
I hope that answers the question.
So it does, and it answers it in an open-ended way because we're still all learning and seeing what lies ahead. So I think that's a very good answer. We've come to the end of this panel discussion. I really want to thank you all and invite you to just give us one sentence closing remarks, and don't make it a long, super punctuated sentence. Frank will be very upset. But one sentence closing remark on the subject and on your views going forward as we wrap up this panel discussion on education, media, and innovation in the COVID era. Starting with Hector, then Bennett, then closing with you, Franco.
We think that digital skills are the great equalizer and the great democratizer. I think digital skills have the power to transform millions of businesses in the world and help the Caribbean to go to the next stage of development. I'm super grateful for this opportunity to speak to you, and thank you all.
Thank you, Hector. Digital skills, top of the priority list. Bennett.
Yeah, and I think that is where I was going to. I think fundamental to this whole process going forward, especially as we're looking forward to this whole transformation of our economy digitally. Digital skill is fundamental, and we have to begin to reposition ourselves in how we teach our students, how we develop our societies, and develop that kind of skill set that we need. Otherwise, we'll be left behind, and the Caribbean will again continue to be lagging while we're moving forward. I want to thank you so much, CTU, for giving me the opportunity to be here.
Appreciate your contributions, Bennett. Thanks again, and always good to see you. Ms. Franca Phillip.
Well, I want to throw back again to what both Hector and Bennett had said about understanding technology. I think it is a national imperative now that we must understand technology and understand our role in having digital skills. I think where the media is concerned, we need the public support. We need the public to appreciate that, okay, it's easy to sit in their living room and criticize a journalist for doing whatever. But I feel that when the media is making the outreach, when we're creating those new products, that people actually start paying for them. Put your money where your mouth is. And
yeah, I agree.
You know, put your money where your mouth is and help. Because without that kind of revenue, there's no improvement. And to the ICT community, Ria had asked how we could get involved. Well, I think the ICT community just reach out. reach out and do fun things. So like how the UE students have hack days. Why journalists can have a hack day too, right? Things like that. You know, engage us in the way that you would engage children.
Correct. Yeah, I
that is sure to help. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you again. Yes.
You're most welcome. Innovate and invest in our own, I think, is the takeaway there. And I think that really is a great way for us to end this discussion. We need to invest in the media, in the education sector, and in the innovation we want to see in the Caribbean. This has been I think this is the last panel in this the 16th Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. We've been looking at the issue of education, media, and innovation perspectives on internet governance, local digital content, and internet entrepreneurism. I want to hand you over to Mr. Nigel Casimir, who will take us through the final session for today. Thanks again to the panelists. It was really good sharing the platform with you all.
Thank you very much, Beville and the panel, Bennett, Franca, and Hector. Thank you very much. We are really on the home stretch now, and we basically have a couple more items more related to your feedback. The first item of your feedback that I would like to deal with really relates to the Caribbean Internet Governance Policy Framework. After the 2 workshop sessions we had on Wednesday and Thursday, I sought to I guess summarize in the Google Doc that we shared, which I will bring up now. Yes, I'm hoping that you all are seeing that the Google Doc. Yesterday we spent time going through and trying to build up some consensus. I'll just kind of bring it up now so that we see what the current status of the amendments are. The first section we were dealing with here was the vision statement. Actually, just before I get to this, let me also, let me just go ahead with this. I'll just say it, that these sections that we dealt with are the first 3 sections of the Caribbean Internet Governance Policy Framework. After these sections are things that deal with operationalizing it and you know, how are we going to govern the work and all that sort of thing. We haven't actually discussed the details of that in this particular edition of the CIGF, but going forward in terms of in terms of completing the review of the document, we would be dealing with those, right? So we just focus on, and I'll mention more about that a little later on. So just focusing on the sections that we dealt with in terms of amending the vision statement, we pretty much agreed on the first option where we use inclusive instead of equal. This hasn't changed at all from yesterday, actually. So the only thing I did was I crossed off the second option, which was also very similar, but we only needed to leave the first one. I'll ask my support team to keep an eye on the chat and any other feedback modes from the audience, please, as I focus on this document. The second part was the mission statement. This is the old mission statement, and these are the proposals. Just to remind you, we had a discussion yesterday about universal, the word universal and universal service and so on. We introduced the concept of ethical into this. The way I propose that we resolve this universal thing is that we call it universal service access by, and that should cover locality, disability, and everything, because when we're talking universal service, so that's basically what we're talking about. Access for everyone, regardless of locality and ability. We've introduced the concept of information and communications in that first bullet. which really deals with the infrastructure. There was a question as to how to include the human resource development aspect, and the formulation that I proposed overnight was ample resources, capacity, and competencies for the ethical creation. And during our discussions today, it occurred to me that maybe we should make these competencies a little bit more explicit, and put in a couple additional words: digital skills and competencies. So that should capture the human resource development aspect of our objective or mission statement. And I think it makes it a bit more explicit as well. The suggestion was we want to create Caribbean content and also be able to access and use non-Caribbean content. So I took on board the suggestion that we split the one bullet into two that made that separation. The effect is that we now have two bullets that look similar, but they're not exactly the same. So, but I think it captures the essence of our consensus. Going forward, we could look further at maybe if we could make the wordsmithing a little more elegant.
Nigel, excuse me,
yes.
I just sent you a comment from Deidre with regards to the first section. She asked if you can please check her comment on the first section.
Let me see which comment. Oh, I wonder if it's on the side. I'm not sure. Are you seeing any comments, Lauren, in the chat or thing, or was she talking about the comments on the side? Maybe she's talking about the comments on the side.
Yes, I believe it's a comment on the side, the comment you would have made on the first section.
Yes, okay. Okay, I'll start from the top. This is the top. Actually, what I'll do is I'll click it and it'll show me what, this was my comment, that this is my preference, and it was accepted. That's, beyond that, there isn't any additional comment I'm seeing on this side.
Oh, Nigel, Deidre's mic is now open, so she will share.
Okay.
Please. Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Deidre.
Nigel, I accepted your change, but then when I looked at it again and I thought about the proceedings of these 3 days, it seemed to be important to move the idea of identity into a more prominent position. So I changed it round to say, let me see if I can do it again. We are wanting to create or to see a society with strong identity and leadership in the global information society. You'll have to change the society, a community perhaps, and then add the descriptors at the end: knowledge-based, digitally empowered, inclusive, if we're, inclusive. It should be somewhere in the comments. I did write it down.
You did write it down there?
Because
Adriel, coming over a little muffled.
Sorry.
Coming over very muffled.
Is any better?
I'm not seeing it on the document itself, but I think what you're suggesting is worthy of consideration. We're not finalizing everything here right now. I think we pretty much agree with all the points that we want to include. Is, as you say, you're suggesting that we put the identity earlier on, right?
Make it prominent.
Yes, to make it more prominent. I'm still looking for the comment, but I'm not seeing it. So maybe it wasn't. Sometimes on these things, you have to save, and I don't know. So what I would suggest is you send it to us. and this is a general comment for persons. We can get your any further comments by email, cigf@ctu.int. What we propose to do is continue this amendment work online and ideally on our website, and we'll be working to get that going, I would say by October of this year, so that we wouldn't have any significant lapse in its progress. But I can take that consideration on board, and we'll evaluate it. Well, we'll put it to evaluation for people to make comments on. So take your time and resend me the reformulation, and I'll put it in with the basic document, with the base document. Okay, so I hadn't gotten other comments coming down to where I was, where I talked about including the human resource aspect in the mission statement. We had decided to include the word vibrant in the digital, to describe the digital economy that we want. And one change I made overnight was, it was suggested that we include meaningful Caribbean participation in global rulemaking for the internet. This statement was initially put down, I think, in the guiding principles. Yes, I think in the guiding principles, but I thought it was more a mission issue than a guiding principles issue. You know, a guiding principle is more of a how do I describe this? A manner of operating. You know, the things that govern your manner of operating. Whereas this was a very kind of specific statement. So I thought it might have been more relevant as a bullet in terms of one of the things that we want to achieve in our mission for internet governance. So I don't know if anyone has any comments on that. Of course, silence would mean consent in this case. I see chat has some comments in it. Let me see if I could locate them myself here. Right, here we have a chat. Okay, I seem to get some agreement. All right, so we go on, then onto the guiding principles. I think we had agreed all these changes here. Let me see if there's anything. I hadn't finalized appropriate consolidation of these 2 points. Take into account the international issues and good practices, and the point about partnership, global partnership for the sustainable development goals and so on. So I'll take this forward into the next step of our amendments, right? So this work is really kind of still to be done.
Nigel, I have Deidre again wanting to make a comment. I see a raised hand, Deidre.
Yes, go ahead, Deidre.
Hello?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. I think my thumb hit it when I was trying to move something on the screen. But one thing you missed, again, higher up, you have 2 points, both of which use ethical and legal. One of them, the legal, has been dissociated from the ethical. But I think both of them need to be ethical and legal. The one where the legal is in the wrong place is creation, the first one. It's about the content. Remember, we have two about the content?
Yes, yes, yes.
Right. The second one says ethical and legal use, but the
Yes.
first one says ethical creation without the legal. The legal comes after the creation.
I hear you.
Lawful, sorry, not legal.
Lawful use.
Lawful creation. You have to do both things ethically and lawfully. It is not lawful to plagiarize, to steal somebody's copyright.
Okay.
So you need to create lawfully.
Okay, so maybe we say ethical and lawful creation, use, and distribution. Okay.
And after you were talking about that one, I wondered, isn't the first one about the creation of Caribbean content?
Yes.
And the second one about the use and dissemination. It's a different word, but the use and something of all content.
Right, but the use and distribution applies to both Caribbean and the...
It applies to everything.
Yes.
So you don't want to repeat the use.
Right.
The use
I
and
understand.
distribution comes out.
So that might be the more, what's the word, elegant thing that I mentioned, more elegant statement or...
Oh, thank you.
thing that I was talking about just now. So, all right, we'll use ethical and lawful to govern everything, creation, use, distribution. And, but still, I'm not sure. Okay, so we do the creation part, creation, use, but we still have to do distribution. So
the use and distribution both go in the second bullet. Everything is used and distributed, but only Caribbean content is created.
right. All right, so if I put this here and then do and,
and then remove use and distribution.
ethical and lawful creation
of Caribbean content
and technologies. That's not, but the second one, ample resources, capacity, digital skills and competence. Well, no, but I think the ethical and lawful creation and use and distribution all apply to Caribbean content and technologies.
Okay, I was making the split a different way. In the first one, I was talking about Caribbean content being created because in the Caribbean, you can only really create Caribbean content.
So, all right.
And the second one is about the use and distribution of everything.
Of both of them, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, I now understand. Okay, so the bullet will only apply for creation.
Great.
The second bullet will be the
use and
distribution for both Caribbean and, okay, I get it. All right, so I wouldn't, so take this out.
Right.
Lawful creation of Caribbean content and technologies, and then ample resources for the ethical and lawful use and distribution of...
Now you have to put the Caribbean ones back in,
Yes.
all content.
Yes, okay, I understand. I'll put the Caribbean one back in for the time being. So I'll remember exactly what we meant to do. Right. Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Anything else here?
No, That's
before we
great.
get back there, right? Right, so I was saying the strategic priority areas. I hadn't made my real changes here. Like, so I was saying state broadband connectivity here specifically might not be appropriate because there is still a place for non-broadband access or access to non-broadband services going forward. So maybe we could talk about maybe appropriate connectivity or something here, but I hadn't found the right words here. And on the right-hand side, we'll talk about both broadband and non-broadband, or broadband and narrowband connectivity. I don't think we had any other comments about the proposed changes on the other priorities. But that is pretty much, so research. Right. Yeah, I think this is still pretty much where we are. I hadn't reformulated those last parts. So I'll take this as the current status of our discussion. And what I'll do is I'll record it. I'll clean it up a little bit and record it in our report of the meeting. And I will also, when we establish our discussion forum for this purpose, we'll also post basically the whole document, and that will be available for that discussion forum, and people will be able to make submissions and so on in any part of the document that they might need to. All right, so we'll take note though that as at the 16th CIGF, this would be the status of the discussion. We'll leave the Google Doc open basically until we move it to another medium, right? So the Google Doc will still be there and open for persons to comment on going forward. All right, so that is the first item of your feedback. The second item of your feedback is now where we open the mic for any general comments about anything related to the CIGF, whether it's content, whether it's logistics, whether it's suggestions going forward or whatever. So we have it open now, and this one is a verbal intervention session. So anyone who might want to speak is free to raise his hand and take the floor. Let me stop sharing.
Deidre, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Is Miss Bernadette Lewis still among us?
Is Miss Bernadette Lewis still among us? Let me see if she is in attendance today. Yes, she is in attendance today.
Because I would like to take the opportunity to thank her for 15 years of the Internet Governance Forum for the Caribbean, and to thank Nigel for the 16th year of the Internet Governance Forum for the Caribbean. This has been a really interesting 3 days. Thank you very much indeed. And to Bernadette, every blessing, good luck, take care. I don't know if you're in London yet, but when you get there, all the very best. Bye-bye for now.
Great. Thank you very much, Deidre. And you know, you have been a tremendous participant, contributor to the work of the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. And I have to be careful what I'm saying, but thank you. I'm still here in Trinidad. The borders are closed. But this is, you know, I will be in touch. I will continue to maintain contact with the Caribbean and the work of the longest running Internet Governance Forum in the world. And I just would like to commend Nigel, you know, as I am just a participant. I am a participant this year, and I'd really also like to commend Nigel for the excellent work he has done in keeping the forum alive, and you know, and to the CTU for the work that they are doing in implementing the policy framework for the CIGF. And just one more last plug, and now it will be moving on to the Caribbean Internet Development Foundation to start taking over the work that the CTU has been doing over the years. So those are my comments, and I think this was a very, I was here from the beginning and I've stayed my course to the end. Excellent discussions, great organization, great contributions, and I thank you all for this tremendous work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. The mic is still open.
Nigel, I have to leave now.
Yes, I'm hearing you, Mr. Thomas.
I have to leave. I'm going to another Zoom meeting with the minister.
Okay. All right, not a problem.
So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I wish you well. And I know Bernadette is there. I thought Bernadette was already on BWE, but I don't know what happened. But I want to wish her well.
Yes.
I know her heart is still in the Caribbean. So have a wonderful time, Secretary General, and I'm sure with Nigel holding the fort, all things will be well.
Bennett?
Thank you, Bennett.
Bennett?
Yes, sir.
Give me a call sometime. Please.
You have me calling.
Yes.
You have me calling you too often, you know.
Well, because you're not doing anything.
Oh, okay.
All right.
All right, guys. Have a good weekend and stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bennett. Okay. Yes, we'll hold it open for a little bit to see if anyone else wants to speak.
Good show, idea.
I'm sorry?
Good show.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Very good day.
Thank you.
Okay, I gotta leave.
All right, since the mic seems quiet, Ms. Lewis, you wanted to say something? It looked like your mic was on or something.
Yes, I thought I was trying to unmute. Well, what can I say? I think, you know, this was a very instructive, informative CIGF, and you know, I just
what happened there?
Right, sorry. I think the internet was unstable for a bit. I just want to congratulate the CTU team on the just an excellent 16th CIGF. Yes, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nigel, you asked for suggestions.
Yes, anything.
Those young people on Wednesday afternoon were great. Can they be persuaded or ask their colleagues perhaps at the 17th Caribbean IGF to be there for the whole period? Because I think they made some very good suggestions, and their input would be a very useful thing to have.
Right. I hear you. And maybe the way to do that is to reach out and involve them in some aspect of the program itself, apart from coming on for a session, you know, involving the content, the general content, you know, that could be a part of their academic training, for example. So I take the point. It's a good suggestion. Okay, I'm not hearing any more. So I would just kind of proceed to wind up then. And what do we expect now after this, after we close today? I've said it before that we plan to redevelop our online CIGF. For those who have been with us for several years might remember in the 2000s, we did have an online forum for internet governance. It kind of fell into disrepair on our website, and we haven't been able to get it going similarly since. But I think now, especially now with post-COVID-19 and the accelerating digital transformation, and in Franca's was digital first, I think it's an imperative that we need to follow urgently on. So we'll be doing that, and as I said, we expect probably as I say, within 2 months, or probably sometime during October, we should be able to be in a position to get it going again. So that's one thing you could look for. And using that medium, we will be progressing the update of the policy forum document as quickly as possible to try to get to an issue 4.0, so that we could make sure that it's current as far as priorities are concerned. We'll be archiving the content from this 16th forum on our website. I see that we've already got most if not all of the presentation slides uploaded. The recordings, this is a feature of using web conferencing too. The recordings would also be available, I'll say via our website, not necessarily archived on the website itself. So that's another thing that you can look forward to. We'll still be looking to issue the summarized report of the 16th CIGF. I very much doubt that's going to happen during the month of September, but I'll just give a target of fourth quarter of this year, by the fourth quarter of this year, to have it posted. We posted the report of the 15th, but apparently we didn't announce that it had been posted up on the website, but it is there. Also following up from this forum, as Ms. Lewis mentioned, we will be seeking to operationalize the Caribbean Internet Development Foundation, the CIDF. I said earlier maybe it was Wednesday, that we had taken some resources on board late last year to effect this, but with the advent of COVID-19, it stymied our plans to have it done as quickly as initially hoped. So we'll be reaching out to potential partners for this CIDF venture, and hopefully, I think the merits of it are obvious or clear. So we expect that we'll be able to get the support that we're looking for. If we look at what insights, well, so what insights I might have taken from this 16 CIGF. I think the youth forum element worked well, and that's probably an area that we can seek to develop and have, as Deidre suggested, more comprehensive participation and input from the youth element in the program and in the various sections of the program. I think the educational value of it would also be made clear, and hopefully they'll be able to see the value of the more extensive participation. I think our theme this year, accelerating digital transformation, it was on point. Everywhere, every discussion we had, there is the imperative caused by COVID-19 to use more digitally powered solutions in order to keep economic activity going, in order to keep education going, and so on. So I think going digital first is one of the things that is impacting practically all of our industries. One insight I found is that it seems like all our Caribbean governments have gotten the message now. And therefore, we need to strike while the iron is hot, clarify, and promote the opportunities for collaboration in order to gauge what synergies might be possible. So certainly from the CTU's point of view, we'll be taking advantage of all the opportunities that we have. And the first one is going to be in the month of September when we have our statutory meetings to recommend this greater level of collaboration by our governments to meet the needs that they all now recognize to accelerate digital transformation. The need for digital skills development as well, and the importance of that is an area that we will consider what might be the best approaches for the CTU to take. We'll certainly be doing some outreach on that score. We had attempted to initiate a project through Compete Caribbean most recently to do a digital skills assessment around the Caribbean. As it turned out, the scope of the project turned out to be more extensive than there was budget for. So we'll take that particular task forward to see what else, what other techniques or methods we might be able to use. So those are pretty much my insights from the time. I would just remain now to say thank you to all relevant parties.
Nigel, 1 minute, please. We have a comment from Mr. John Lewis. I just hope his mic is open. You would like to make a comment, please.
Okay, sure. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Nigel. I just wanted to say two things. Thanks for a great 3 days. I think you and your team did a great job. And I also wanted to endorse the Youth Forum. I think the guys did a very good showing, and they could only get better if we encourage them some more. Maybe have sessions probably within the university itself that will help drive some of their thinking, because as we could see, it was just a group of guys, but maybe if we center it or focus it within the university setting, it might generate some more interest and make a wider, better contribution.
Right.
I just wanted to, sorry.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I guess we have the example of the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum, which was held at Naparima College in January. So that was a means basically of getting firsthand participation, and the youth were used to run certain of their workshops as well. So
That was good as well, yeah.
Yeah, we could take that thought on board.
Just one more point. Is there any way to get compiled regional information on the CTU website? Because right now you have to go to different places to get different things. And I was wondering if if a thought can be given to compiling, information on maybe security or other governance issues on the CTU website. So there's you can see at a glance what everybody's doing, and maybe link off or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It will ease the search and probably keep things buoyant. And one final comment: we're in a pivotal time. We can't go back to how it was before. So now speed is the issue. So we have to turn around things a lot faster. Otherwise, it become irrelevant very quickly.
Right. Okay.
Right. So yes, again, thanks for a great 3 days, and too bad there isn't a 4th day.
Yes.
All right.
Thanks for the comments. Thanks for the comments. The Caribbean data on the CTU website is a good idea, and just like doing a survey, it requires the individual countries to respond. And we are looking to do something like that for our spectrum management work, for example. We can start to try to, as you say, consolidate some Caribbean statistics on other topics as interest might be expressed. So you can send, if you have some specific statistical data areas that you're interested in, you can send us an email to cigf@ctu.int, and we could seek to act on it.
It's good to have the data for local research, because nearly every paper you see, it speaks too much to non-regional data. And, I mean, I was looking at one recently concerning enterprise architecture, and all the research is outside, nothing regional to draw on. So, yes, it's like nice ideas, but where's the relevance to the local environment?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Nigel.
Yeah, and well, appreciate too that sometimes the data isn't available, if you understand what I mean. You might want it, but nobody has collected it in the individual.
I'm well aware.
Yes. All right. All right. Any other comments before I say thanks? Okay, I'll go ahead then. We did have a sponsor that came through before the program ended, and this was the Internet Governance Forum Support Association based in Geneva. The IGF Secretariat spoke on the first day of our IGF, and they basically have been supporting each edition of our CIGF for the past 3 years or so, 3 or 4 years. So I want to say thanks to the IGF Support Association for their sponsorship. Our expenses were not as high this year as when we have a live staging, but still there were some expenses. So we very much appreciate it. Say thanks to our speakers. I think we got some very good feedback from the audience about the content, and I think that is due largely to the quality of the presentations that were made. So I think I say thanks to all of our speakers over the 3 days, and particularly the ones who responded at the last minute. We had a couple who spoke today that really came on within the last day or two. And we very much appreciate that. I think it worked out quite well. I want to thank our CTU support staff. Ms. Lewis already mentioned that, and I think the feedback we've gotten is that everything ran quite smoothly. I think we were able to cover the chat and the Q&A and the comments and all sorts of things. So, and every day we were able to do our practice sessions and so on. So there were very few hiccups that went through, and the website was updated and everything. So Michelle, Lauren, Gary, Shanae, Richard, thank you very much for the support that made it happen. And the statement has already been made, but I will also make it. I also want to thank our former Secretary General, Ms. Bernadette Lewis, for her vision regarding this Caribbean Internet Governance Forum and sustaining it over the first 15 years. This is the first edition without her being at the helm, but she was at least present. I'm sure she would be present going in future editions going forward as well. I also want to remind us that last year at our 15th CIGF, it was held here in Port of Spain. We did also give awards to other persons that we consider who were stalwarts to the sustenance of the forum over the many years. So I think all of this is testament to the value of what we've been doing. And as the internet becomes more and more pervasive, and in fact, as we now say digital first, I think it's even more important that we use the forum to make the type of progress economically, socially, educationally that the platforms can give us. And finally, I want to thank all the attendees over the 3 days. I think our peak participation was about 63 on any particular day. I think too that maybe going forward, especially to the extent that we're using online methods, I would say we always had a kind of a blend there, bit online and live, that we can probably seek to increase the participation by promoting more aggressively the online participation channels. So thank you very much, all the attendees. I think the attendees, the questions that came in and so on, the comments are very much appreciated, and you helped to make the forum exactly what it was, and hopefully it was a great success. So with that, I would bring to a close the 16th Caribbean Internet Governance Forum and ask you to keep an eye out on the CTU website for further developments and plans for the 17th in 2021. Thank you. Bye-bye.